Okay, good afternoon, folks. Hope everyone is well. Akitri, how you doing? Okay, it is Wednesday, the 6th of March. Let's have a look. Yesterday, we had quite a big drop yesterday in sort of 3 stages. I did a quick trade. Where was it? I think it was that lower high. Was it around about here somewhere? That was it there, I think. The trade I took that lower high. I know we should have held on a bit, but we seem to have this downtrend there. We made one attempt, came back down, another 2 legs up, and then down we came. So, Jay, how you doing? Back in the saddle. So, yeah, really strong day, and then we had that little rally, that last sort of 40 hour and 15 minutes of the day. And we've just continued on up as well. Market open. We had a couple of little legs down and we've just continued up. I've just ummed and ahed with this channel. Try and work out exactly what it's doing. And it's a bit hard. I'm looking on the NQ. We've got a touch here, and it's working there. So I think that's as good as I can do, really. But I just not sure of this at the moment. It just... I'm not sure whether it's losing a little bit of momentum. We had that little flat spot and we're struggling up a bit, so I'm just going to sit tight here. I'm not a fan of taking this one. I don't know exactly what's going on. There's always a possibility that it could be something like that with a spiking channel. That might not be a bad call, actually. It's hard to say. It may be a spiking channel, which means it could come down here. I'm just not a massive fan of anything, really. So, Chris, how you doing? Jay, I was away for a week. Excellent. Good to have you back. And mine is a spiking channel. Okay, so yours is something like that, yeah? Actually, that looks better, which means this is probably something similar. So, sometimes if you go from the top, you get a clearer picture, don't you? So... But yeah, okay, that makes sense, doesn't it? Okay, market is officially open. I'm going to have to get myself one of those bells, aren't I? The market ching bell or whatever they call them. So yeah, it looks pretty much the same here. So we look like we're topping off, so I'd expect a bit of a pullback here. So I do like the market like this when it speeds up. Gets me excited a bit. Exponential, how you doing, buddy? So let's see how we get on today. It's been very slow. Not a lot of trades. I managed to squeeze one yesterday. Nothing the day before. So it's been quite a flat week. We've still got 3 days left, but you know, and you just think, I don't know where all the setup's gone. So, okay. Let's have a wee look. In fact, I don't know if any of you guys know, Michael sent me, he sends me pictures of his charts now and again, which are a little bit above me, to be honest with you. They're a bit too technical for me, but he did send me a lecture that was on by, is it David Hoggard? Let me have a look. I started watching it last night. Well, you know, when you feel tired, so I thought I'd come back to it tonight. Where is it? That was my emails, actually. Let me just get rid of that. Yeah, where did that go? Oh, I hate that. There it is. Let's drag it up. Come over here. What's going on here? Okay. Just have a look on my emails.
I feel that if I'm able to give you
Tom
the
Hoggard,
very tools,
he was live in London yesterday.
The strategy that I saw, that I realized what was going on, I actually think that
so
you're going to come away from here going,
"Ooh,
that was really interesting."
Development in price action,
a little bit
psychology,
iffy in places,
so I'm going to check that out again
really,
later.
really quite
Tom
interesting.
Hoggard,
But considering I got
London. So if you're with us at the moment, Michael, I appreciate that. I've traded with Tom Hoggard 3 years and his win rate's 50% at best. Mind you, 50% might actually be excellent if you're risking 1 for 4. So it's hard to say, isn't it? It's hard to know who's legitimate, these people, but I think it's more a case of the psychological side. So you never quite know. Philip, how you doing? So I've looked at this and it does seem to be continuing on that, but you know, sometimes I just don't like it when it's in this top tier. I'd much prefer it to come down here before I, you know, take a trade. Having said that, there may be a smaller individual chart there. I'm not sure. It's quite thin. So my concern is we do what we do so much of the time and start to go sideways. So I'm just keeping an eye out for something that resembles a possible top. It's hard to say. See, on the NQ at the moment, we're doing a bit of sideways. So bearing in mind we have got some news coming up. So just keep that in mind. A little bit of sideways there. So if we can get a couple of legs down, maybe a leg and a leg, we may get something. We'll see. So news is in about 25 minutes. So we've got a little bit of time yet. My NQ charts look like pre-news chop. Yeah, I mean, we seem to be going up. We got a touch. And obviously depends what here. There may be a second entry long there. Let's see if we can get maybe a higher low there. As long as we can hold on that line. He's legit, but it's tough trading. Yeah, I think it was just for the psychological side that he was just out doing a lecture in London. So I have come across him before. I recognise his voice. Right, let's see if... I thought we were going to hold here. Let me have a look. We could still come down a bit more, actually. Let's sit that on the top, drag that up. There we go. So we got a touch, one single touch there. We need to hold above here, otherwise it's a no-go. Kanan, how you doing, my friend? Who haven't I said hello to? Speedy, how you doing? Jay, Chris, Philip. Yeah, Jay, I've said hello to you. I hate how recently Rhythmic takes several minutes to load. How long does mine take? Maybe 6 or 7 seconds, something like that. That reminds me. I like to have, just on my Mac, I like to have the Discord up just in case there's anything that pops up about any rhythmic issues. It's quite useful to have up, actually. Okay, let's have a look here. So there is a higher low there. I like to give that chance to trap me and come down. Because that's a leg, could be another leg. So it's hard to say. We could be topping off here. We do that so many times. We go up, we top off, and we come down, and it turns into a range. But But let's see. I'd never take that first second entry long, just in case you're getting trapped. I always wait for the higher low when we have a break. Just stop so many lost trades. Keep it in mind, we got this news coming up. Okay, so we got a leg and a leg. I think that looks like it's holding to me. So we got a leg and a leg, maybe a correction there. So if we can start to work up and get a higher leg, we may get something yet. Who knows? Even if we do top off, we usually do come back for a retest. Whether we will or not remains to be seen. So, wow, didn't Bitcoin have a dump yesterday? It hit all-time highs of 69,000 and dumped to 59,000. But I think it's recovered. Let's have a look. Yeah, it dropped $10,000 very quickly. We're up to above 67. Okay, that's not too bad. We've made 2 attempts and we've had a pullback, so hopefully this third attempt, otherwise we may go down a bit lower. Okay, so I tell you what I've been watching the last few nights that I've never watched before, The Sopranos. I've never really watched it before. It's been on, but I've never really paid much attention to it. I know it's been out years now, isn't it? He's passed away now, hasn't he? James Gandolfini, but I watched one episode night before, and I watched about 3 or 4 of them last night. And it is good. It is good. My wife doesn't like all this gangster stuff. I don't watch a lot of it, but sometimes when you just get in the mood for something. But yeah, it's really good. He's died, isn't he? Which is a shame. Both Rhythmic and Trader 8 PAs now can use both with NinjaTrader. But if there is something with Rhythmic, I can just use the other one. It's interesting you've said that. I tend to think about what is my ideal world in trading with Apex. Is to get 20 accounts, but it concerns me about trading 20 at once. The issue is if something does go wrong and you blow something and Apex refuse to credit you, at least you've got 10. But you've just mentioned there using Rhythmic and Trader 8. If you're trading 10 on Rhythmic and 10 with Trader 8, if one goes wrong, at least you've still got the other. Because it's a shame to not be able to trade all 20, because obviously it's way more beneficial. But, with the problems that Rhythmic can have and something can go wrong, it scares the shit out of me that I end up losing all 20 accounts. If you lose half of them, 10 accounts, at least you've got 10, and you can start to build back up. So are we going to get higher low here? So we've got a leg and a leg. We do seem to be holding around that measured move. So that may be just a correction. We've got 20 minutes till the news, so we're still okay for a little bit. So we've got a leg and a leg. Let me just check. We're not topping off here. And there's a channel down there, because sometimes if I take a higher low, it'll trigger you and come down. And what's happened is we've got a channel down, a break and a new low, and we're coming down because we may have topped off. So sometimes we'll go up here and seem to build the top of a range. And obviously we're thinking break new high. So I always give it a chance to trap me before I think about going long. Can you please share your experience on high-low trading? Please explain the occasion to take high-low. I'll do one better than that. I'll show you a lower high, which is exactly the same as a trade I took yesterday, which is exactly the same, only in reverse. Let me have a look. Okay, we had this leg down here, didn't we? Where was the lower high? I took that one there. Okay, so we were topping off there yesterday. We seemed to have the tops of a range, or maybe it was here. I think it was about there. So we had a breakout there, and a lot of times when we break above these range, we fail. We did there. We broke above that and failed, came down strong. So you wouldn't necessarily take that one just in case it triggers. You can continue what continues on. But when it pushes in, has a little bit of a pullback, In other words, it gives you a high, but it's lower than the previous one, and that trade I took, and you can see how it worked. So what it is you don't take that first trade. It's the same here. We had a push up and a pullback. That bar there is a higher low, because its low is higher than the previous one, and that one you could take and would lead you up. So I rushed that a little bit because I'm seeing what we're going on here, but I think you generally get the idea. It can move around about 3 bars, something like that, not too much. So if you didn't want to take that long, you may take that one, which is a low. It's higher than the previous low. So that low is higher than the previous low. So we're pushing up, pull back, a little bit of a touch and pushing on again. And it's just confirmation that we'll continue on up. There's a higher low there. So we've got 2 legs down and a higher low. Now at the moment, I'm not taking a trade in. I'll tell you why. Because there could be a channel there. If this is turning into a range top, it could come down. So we've had a channel down there, a break, and it could come down and make a new low. So if you took that trade, it may stop you out. In fact, it has done. So that's a higher low. So even if we've got a channel coming up here, be careful going long straight away. Give it chance to trap you and stop you out before you go long. Because if we are making range tops and this is turning into the top of a range, it's going to come down, have a break, and come down and make a new low and probably continue on down. So just be careful taking trades like that. Give it chance to trigger it and stop it out before you think about going long. And then as long as it then starts to work up, then you can think about going long. But because if we have topped off in a range here, we've got a channel down there with a break, we're more likely then come and have a new low. So if we do have a new low, chances are this is the top of a range. So I hope I've explained that very well. There is a second entry short there. That is very tempting. Very tempting.
Order submitted.
I just want to see what's happening here, just in case we do go up. If I've got that channel wrong and we've already had a break of it, it may come down, but I'm not taking this because I'm unsure. Let's see what happens here. Where's this news? Okay, we're 15 minutes away from the news. I'm going to shut that down.
Order cancelled.
Because this looks like it may. If this pushes up above here, then I'd expect it to go up. But if it does come down to these new lows, then that will come down. But the fact that's gone up, that's fine. It is a second entry short. So I would say the chances are now we are looking to top off those highs. So let's see now if we can get a trade here. Give it a chance to trap you first. Don't just jump straight in. I'm keeping an eye on this news because it could shaft you. That looks like it's pushing up now. So I'm guessing this is probably going to make a new high. It could still have a leg and then work its way down, but I'd look for a higher low to trade here. So you've got to be careful. If you took that one, see, it tricked you, stopped you out, and ended up going the same bloody direction. So just give it a chance to. See if we can get a higher low here. Break below that bar. Trigger that. There's a second entry short there. Trigger it. I want that to trigger. I think it will do if this is coming down a little bit. Come on, come down. Okay, that's triggered. So if this turns bullish now, might be okay, but that is not looking bullish. Getting close to that news now, so we got a channel down there. It could still have 2 legs and then come down. So let's ditch that. If we get a lower high here, this is coming down, I think. So one leg, two leg, and then down for another leg. So I think this may be topping off of a range. Need a lower high here. And same here. Push up. Yeah, I was hoping we'd touch that EMA and come down. This for me is going to come down and break this low. We've got a lower high here, but unfortunately we haven't here as yet. So this just looks like a leg down, 2 attempts to go higher, and then another leg. Push up, come on. Yeah, if we'd have pulled back to the EMA and had a lower high, I'd have taken that. It may still do. Trouble is we're getting close to that news now. Let me just check. We're not starting at top of a range here. I think we're okay. Let's get a bit higher. Okay, this is probably going to come down, but I don't like this. It's not quite close enough for the EMA, and it's getting close to that news. That news is 10 minutes away now, so it's doubtful I'm going to do anything now. There's a tiny little box there. That's a shame, that. Leg down, leg up, leg down. I expect another leg down if it looks right. But we're only 10 minutes away from the news, so my concern is it starts doing that. What is this? It's not a farm payroll as well. No, we've had that. Jobs job opening. Okay, it's too late. Can't do anything with that now anyway. I don't like what it's doing, so that's it now for us until the news is done. Okay, so we got this channel down, 2 legs up, and then down for a new low. So I would suggest now there's 2 scenarios here. We've got a leg up, 2 legs of correction, and then we continue on up. Or this just may be a big range. May end up being something like that. I am becoming a convert to Alpine Trader. Yeah, he blew another account yesterday. Do you know what it is? The bit that frustrates me and makes me angry about him is he's trying to entertain people and he's losing money doing it. He has got a great strategy which makes him a shed load of money. He does really well, but that's trading the open. And he said the other day he doesn't want to make the stream boring. So what he's doing, he took an account yesterday that was above the payment threshold and traded it and ended up losing $2,500 and blowing the account. because he's taking setups that he doesn't know because he thinks the stream is going to be. I messaged him the day after it. I went, forget making this stream. What's it? Make your money and enjoy your life. He doesn't know. He won't share it for some reason. He thinks that Apex won't like it. Why? I got no idea. If you've got a strategy that makes you a ton of money, I'd say you're a gold mine. He's talking. He does trade without stops. The trouble is, when he trades the open, he's very good at what he does. But what he does then for the rest of the day is he chats with people and he'll pick an account and just trade it. But he's trading a strategy that he doesn't know really what he's doing, because he's doing it because he doesn't want to make the chat boring. Well, why would you risk your money? Just to make it not boring for people. Yesterday, he ended up trading an account with a bad strategy. The market was continuing going down yesterday, and he kept going long. And he blew an account. So he lost an account worth $2,000 to him because he wanted to entertain people. Which is just it's a bit frustrating. Why would you do that? But this strategy he's brilliant at it, because he makes it every time you get on his stream. He's up $3,000-$4,000 every day. He's had some massive. I think he's had something like $150,000 since September, something like that. So whatever he's doing, he's bloody good at. He counter trend trades. That is his strategy. It's not bad on range days, but a lot of chop. Yeah, so he blew a low the other day, didn't he? He didn't blow those accounts he blew. He lost $25,000, didn't he? He blew 10 accounts, and then he blew 2 the following day. He blew them trading later in the day. Who's that one? Alpine Trader, his name is Bud. Alpine Trader. He's making a ton of money. Alpine Trades, yeah, he's making a ton of money. But what he does is he trades the open. And after the open, he's made a ton of money. But then he continues to trade because he said he didn't want to make the stream boring. But then he's losing money throughout the rest of the day. So I said to him, mate, I'll tell you what, you're making an absolute killing. If I was you, I'd just trade the open and then ditch it for the day. You make your ton of money within the first 10 minutes and then you enjoy your life. No, he doesn't. He won't show you it, which it's kind of strange. Yeah. Oh, you blew 2 PAs in an EVE. Oh, yeah, been there and done that, mate. Many times. It's part of the, what's the word? What's the word somebody used? Do you know, I remember when I first started trading and I lost about 5,000, and I remember going on the Facebook group and going, I've lost $5,000. Is that normal, or is it just me? And then I got a massive barrage of messages saying, welcome to the club. It's all part of it. But yeah, I don't know why he does it. He seems to make a ton of money when they open and then he loses his account. So if it was me, I'd trade the open and then ditch it for the day. Thanks to Alpine and something to the score, I've got back to scalping NQ. There's always movement in the NQ. Yeah, there is. Plus more trays than Matt's giving. Yeah. He's definitely getting a bit hard. You lost 6,000. Yeah, it's frustrating. Check him out. He's always green or red. Yeah. He seems to do really well with the open. But he just seems to, well, he said he didn't want to make the stream boring. I'm thinking, forget boring. Now, there is a nice second entry short. Now, if we weren't expecting the news, I'd take that. Second entry short, we've got a leg down, 2 good strong pushes up. But it's going sideways, this, and flitting around because of the news. But I'd have definitely taken that if we didn't have the news. Well, no, tell a lie, I wouldn't have done because it's clearly congested. Yeah, it's congested. No, forget that. I wouldn't have done. That's about right. I wouldn't be surprised. Let me have a look. Are we now going to work up? Be interesting to see if that one triggers and comes down, we're coming down. If that one triggers and pushes up, we're going up. But it could just be 2 legs of correction, and then we work ourselves back up. See, this to me is looking bearish. This is possibly bullish, but there is a second entry short there, and I would have suggested that would hold. But obviously we got this build up to the news, so it's a bit like this. But we're going to switch to the NQ. I need to trade a little bit more on it. I mean, it looks identical a lot of the times, but it's the point system I can't seem to get used to. So 2 points would be there. So there is a second entry short. I think that stop will hold, but obviously we got this news. Yeah, I mean, it's because of the news, I'm assuming, isn't it? But if the news wasn't here, I would have taken that 1 second entry short. We've sort of come down. We've made 1 attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher. That for me is going to break out the bottom. Obviously, unless the news sends it the other way. But that's where I'd have taken that one. Pretty sure that's going to break straight through there anyway. I'm going to tick off it. Right, excuse me just a second. I've just had a parcel delivered. Sorry about that. I just got another graphics card delivered. Okay, so that comfortably would have made 2 points. So I like that. We're coming down, made 1 attempt to go, a second attempt. Nice second entry short. Broke above all this and then dropped on its lows. So it's a shame we got the news, really, but there we go. Okay, news in 30 seconds. So I think by the looks of things, leg and a leg, if we don't push up soon, you're still buying high-end graphics card. No. I've got a GeForce 2060 in my machine at the moment, but you can only plug 4 monitors into it. But because I'm streaming, I've got 1 monitor dedicated to OBS. I've got 1 monitor dedicated to YouTube. So I'm just struggling for space. So I'm just adding a cheaper graphics card just to use 1 extra monitor, possibly a second at a later stage. So just a cheap one. It was like £80. It's I think it's a 1030 gigabyte 1030 or something. It's just got a couple of extra inputs or outputs for possibly 2 more monitors. So that clearly would have worked. It's just unfortunate we had the news, but there you go. So have we got some type of a channel down here? Let's have a look. Possibly. So have we got 2 legs? We've got beyond 2 legs down. So you trading the 1500 tick chart, are you? I've got the 1500 ES above me as well. Just have a look. Okay, so we had that drop and a little bit of a correction, a little bit of pullback, and we're here where we are. So it does look like we may continue down. So I would suggest now there is a good chance we're in range at the moment. Hey Sam, how you doing, buddy? Let's just put that like that for now. I'm going to put it there. Let's put it there because I can put a separate line there. So I think, depending on whether we continue on up, we may just be in a range. How you doing, mate? Okay. Yeah, let's look for a second entry long here. Come on, get up. Yeah, graphics card have come down. No, you don't really need a high-end graphics card unless you're a gamer. I'm not a gamer. My other one is a 2060. They're not cheap. They're about 200 quid now, something like that. NVIDIA T6, so good choice for full monitors. Yeah, my 2060 has got 3 HDMI and one. Sorry, yeah, it's got 3 HDMI and one display port. But when you're, I mean, Sam will tell you, when you're streaming, you've got OBS up, you've got YouTube up. I've got this chart here on one screen. I've got the NQ and a small daily and a small 10,000 tick on my second screen. My third and fourth, I've got OBS and YouTube squeezed on one. And the fourth one above me head, I've got this that you can see here. I've got this and I've got these two, and I've got my lovely face in the corner. And above that, I've got Replicanto, I've got my Ninja Trader toolbar, and I've got the 1500 tick chart. So I do want to start to learn to use order flow at some point, because if it does continue to get hard to look for trades, then hopefully, hopefully order flow may give me the skills or the information to be able to stay in a trade a little bit longer, maybe take more profit. But I've got my Mac, I've got the Discord on my Mac as well, so I've running out of space, so I can use 2 more screens or 1 more screen to start, and then I've only got I've got a 27-inch as my main screen, which you can see there, and I've got the other 3, I've got a 27-inch HP, so I want a couple more, and it'll just give me 3 at the top, 3 at the bottom. So I've just got the option to add a 6 one if need be. I'll start with 1, but I was hoping we get a second entry short there, but we didn't, and it just came down, which is one of those things. Have we on the 1,000 tick chart? No, not quite. So I would say this is definitely looking like a range. To order book options. Order book. Yeah, I mean, what I'll do is I'll have it on a separate screen and I can sort of drag it in, but it's just a new project to learn how to read it, because I was talking to Daniel a couple of nights ago, and he says he's struggling to get 1 trade a day. And he was just commenting, compared to lockdown, how much harder it is now. But the trouble is, we tend to go for 2 points, but in so many other cases, it goes for a lot more. So if something like order flow will give me the tools to be able to say, this is looking incredibly bearish, there's a lot of strong selling, then maybe I'll hold on to the trade a little bit more. And if you can maybe make 4 points instead of 2, theoretically, you're doubling up. Whether it will allow me to do that or not, I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but it's just, I think really as a trader, you've always got to continue to develop and learn and add new strings to your bow, because markets change, and if this strategy just becomes trades few and far between, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're trading 2 contracts, even if you get 3 trades a week, it's still over $2,000 a month per account. So it doesn't concern me, but it's always nice to pick up some new skills. You can see we got some congestion there. We're through it now, I think. So, so we've got this channel down here. We've just nicked to the bottom on the NQ, and we've had a little bit of a bounce there. Now, depending on where this falls here, there's a possibility it could bounce there, or it could bounce on top of that lot there, or underneath it. It's possible as well. There's some you can see that there, or it may go right down the bottom. So I expect it to, if we are going to continue to range, it may bounce here. I just want to know where to take a short. If it bounces here and turns up, I'd be very careful about taking a short, because we're nearly at the bottom here, and depending on how you've drawn that, you could consider that an overshoot, which may start to push up now. So what I don't want to do is end up taking a second entry short, and it triggers me and it works up to the top, and this is the sort of makeshift bottom. But we've got sort of, there's a spiking channel, so maybe as we've come down there, we've got 1, 2, 3, there's 4 touches there, so we may create a sort of temporary bottom of this range here. So I just got to be careful going short, because if this is an overshoot, we may pull back a little bit and then rock it up. So I don't want to get trapped short. So no, I think it's good as a trader just to continuously develop your skills. What I don't mean is I'm not going to move on to a different strategy. I love this strategy. I've spent nearly 3 years learning it. All I want to do is learn how to use order flow or footprint or whatever you call it, just to see if on the odd occasion it will keep me in a trade longer and just take advantage of the profits there. Because obviously if you take a short here, so many times if we have a leg down and we've had 2 perfect legs up and you get a beautiful bearish bar, we got a really good idea. Let's say with that one there, if we're taking that trade short there, we got a fair idea after 2 legs up that we're coming down here. Now getting out with 2 points when there may be 10 points available, you know, it's a shame really. You've obviously got to do it under the right circumstances. You know, if we have 2 legs up there, the chance of us having another leg, so maybe holding on a little bit there, or maybe give it a chance to pull back on the next swing and then put your stop under there. So it's a risk-free trade, but you've got a chance of maybe getting 4 or 6 or 8 points. And I'm hoping that footprint or something like that will give me the tools to be able to take advantage of that if the circumstances are right, if the setup's correct. But I'll learn how to use it first. Okay, so we got a higher low there. It's gone a bit far for a high low, but I'd like to see that trigger and come down there. We haven't broke above it yet. Go on, break above now. We have. Okay, so this is where you got to be careful. With that overshoot, it could take off now. So I've got to be very careful about going short here. I won't be going short until I can see something significantly bearish on there. The strategy, for context, I take a lot of scalps based on horizontal levels. The context is correct. I don't look so much at signal bars anymore. This is. Do you know what? I remember I had a couple of emails with Mac a while back, and he said it's perfectly normal and natural as a trader to be on the lookout for new things as you develop as a trader. Develop your own way of doing things. It's perfectly normal. So don't feel like you've got to ignore everything. And obviously, as markets change and develop, and you've got to change with them. So I don't think it's a problem. That's interesting. I don't think it's a problem, learning new skills. I think it's only going to help you. I don't mean new strategies, but, you might develop another single setup that might be out of our, strategy category. but I wouldn't change the whole thing. I'd still keep those setups I use and I know are effective. But you never know. You might add some things to them as you improve. So there is a second entry short. Let's see if it triggers. I'm still worried about here that this may be a bit of a bull flag. Push up sideways and push up again, because we have bounced off this area here. There's a lot of support there, and so many times we see this, it doesn't come down to the bottom. It pushes up, bounces here, and when it comes down, which is why I've set those 3 lines there, whether 3 areas that I think it may bounce, that one, and that one, and obviously at the bottom. So if that has bounced off the bottom, it may not come down. So I've just got to be careful going short here. So, but it is good to develop new skills, because you never know when certain setups might dry up. Not so much go away, but may dry up a touch. So let's see what happens here. Are we going to come down some more? I'd like to see a lower high here, really. I don't like this. It may just be a little bit of sideways before it possibly pushes up. Okay, so leg and leg. Let's see if we can get a lower high here. So we have got this. We could come down to here. My issue is that we've bounced off a strong area of support, and we may just have a couple of attempts before we push up. So I want to see a lower high there before I think about going short here. And I don't think it's going to give us anything. Just blow out a little bit. Just check I'm not missing anything. There is possibly something like that, which is okay. So that's a possibility. So let's see if this triggers long. Same here as well. I want it to trigger and start to come down. So I don't think anybody got trapped there, did they? I don't think anybody had taken that one or that one. So 1, 2, 3, maybe a triple test before we come down. It's possible. One, two, three. See if there's any selling above here. So maybe that has bottomed out. I mean, there is an overshoot. We've made 2 more attempts to go lower, so it does make sense that we can push up. What I don't want to do is have 2 legs and then still come down, because it could do. No setup there anyway, really. It's only a first entry. Okay, excuse me just for one quick minute while I take a bathroom break. Okay. Okay. Hotkeys now. Hotkeys. Hotkeys. Is that little square box? That you can set individual buttons to hit. Yeah, I mean the NQ runs very similar to this, doesn't it? I am going to have to get you. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean trading the ES and the NQ, having the opportunity to trade both at the same time. Sometimes this can go a little bit stagnant and a bit flat, and sometimes this is a bit clear and easy to trade. So I need to get used to the point system. The trouble is, it's not quite as simple as the same risk, isn't it? It's a little bit more dynamic, this, isn't it? Perhaps what I need to do is maybe coming back for another half an hour in the evening, just trade it on a sim and try and get used to it. Control, key buy and sell. Yeah, you can buy, what's it? I've got it here somewhere, but I never use it. One-click trader down here. And what I can do is just hold the space key and just click on here. And it'll open. If I've got it set to limit orders, I'll just hold the space key and click up here and it'll drop a limit order for me. Or if I can set it to market orders. And you can sort of bracket. You can do a bunch of stuff on it, but I got put off it because I accidentally just clicked here and opened a trade. Now I know I can click buy or sell on this chart, but they're right up the top corner out of the way, but I accidentally clicked for some reason and I opened a trade. I managed to shut it down before it did any damage, but it just it spooked me a little bit, and I thought, no, I like to be able to right click and then open a trade. Sometimes having just a one-click option can get you into trouble. I like the fact that I can't accidentally right-click on that and move it into place at the same time. So So what are we doing here? So we got no news now. That's all done and dusted. So we got a leg up. Does look like a range, doesn't it? So you tend to go for a target 20 ticks. So trading one contract with 20 ticks, what does that give you profit wise? Yeah, it does do some weird things. You're right, Chris. It did a few strange things for me, so I stopped using it. Once it just disappeared off my screen, and yeah, it had a few hiccups. $100. Okay, so it's like me trading 2 points then, really. So if I was trading one contract and I went for 2 points, so okay, so if you say 2 points, 20 ticks, so that makes sense, doesn't it? Roughly, one tick is $5 on the NQ. What I found with the NQ, if I open a trade here, it's very easy to grab the stop and put it one tick below there, but it's not that simple with the NQ, because it might look like one tick, but when you actually enlarge it like this, sometimes it can be 2 or 3 ticks below it. So you probably need to trade your chart a little bit more blown up than this, but yeah, that makes sense. 20 ticks is around about 2 points then, isn't it? If it makes you $100 on one contract. 20 ticks, yeah. So what is your stop usually? Is it very similar to the ES in the sense of risk? You know, I suppose it would be, wouldn't it? Okay, so we've got this leg up, another leg up. So we've got 2 legs back to the EMA and a bullish bar there. So that actually doesn't seem too bad for long there, if it works. Leg back. Now we've got a break. I'm using a wider stop, more risk, but has been working, yeah. Yeah, so you've got to take all those factors into consideration, haven't you? Just use the ATR. My stop at half the ATR, just like my take profit, yeah. You don't use stops. Yeah. So we got a leg and a leg. Just see, check. There's something across there. Let me have a look. Not so much. Oh, maybe a little bit. Couple of touches there, one there. So maybe we're bouncing and pushing. Oh yeah, it does look like that. So maybe a couple of legs. Maybe we are working down some more. Let me have a look. There is a possibility we could end up doing something like that. Let me have a look what happened yesterday. So we had that massive push down, didn't we? We've had that rally this end of yesterday and this morning. And are we just going to have like 2 legs down before we go up again? Who knows? So let's see if we can get a higher low. What I will say, we got a leg down. 2 attempts to go higher. Let's see what happens here. What's Bitcoin doing? Ships down 16%, I'm guessing. Okay. Yeah, Bitcoin's tried 3 times to get up. So are we actually coming down some more, or are we just having a break before we push up? Yeah, it was who was the other guy? Harjit. Who was the other guy? Yeah. The thing is, what I've realised is I started looking at I'm looking for a higher low here after this. I started looking at the penguin style, and what I realised is just through lack of confidence, you think you've got to maybe look at other strategies, and I don't think that's the case. Maybe just improve your own, by maybe adding some skills like footprint. That might just give you that little bit more confidence to stay in that trade longer, or maybe just to take the trade, but keep the same strategy. That all that's doing. Same way, I've got exactly the same strategy here, although I'm looking at the NQ. This is just giving me a second opinion that I am thinking in the right way. If this is looking long, and I long here, go look for long here, if the both are giving me the same, the same information, then you've got that confidence to then, carry on. So I'd like to see a higher low here. My only slight concern is we've got these tops here. So channel up there. So I'm looking for a higher low here, but I got to be careful that we don't make a triple test and then just drop while I'm in my higher low trade. Yeah, it's always interesting to see how other people trade. I don't keeping your strategy, yeah, but adding maybe other setups to your strategy, I think is a valid thing to do. Like these bull flags, if you see these bull flags and they're constantly working and it's a great enough setup and you get a strong bar, then, I tend to watch these things, and if they happen enough times, at some point, I may develop them and have them as part of my strategy. So, got two legs down and a bullish bar. I'd like to see this bar trigger. It's just getting a bit always working. Yeah, absolutely. You've always got to develop as a trader, and you move with the times, you learn some new skills, but you still keep that core strategy. Absolutely. So we've got 1, 2, 3. This looks like a triple test. Now, I wouldn't take this one because at the moment the EMA is flat on the NQ. So I'd want a higher low really to go higher. I mean, it's certainly interesting we've had that. That's for certain. 1, 2, 3. But at the moment, this is just looking a little bit unclear. So there may be a second entry short there, and if you took that long, you're going to get stuffed. I think that long's safe. 1, 2, 3. I'd just like to wait for a higher low. So bounce, bounce, bounce. It is a nice triple test off that. Let's see if we can get a higher low without dropping back too far. Well, thinking about the shoe on the other foot, as we've got a leg down, 1, 2, 3 attempts to go higher as well. So that could come down. So just because we've got a triple bounce there, if we're struggling to get up as well, we could go either way. How are the trading taxes in the UK? I've learned enough yet to think about tax. When I break even, that's when I'll start to declare myself as a business then. At the moment, it's been a case of losing lots of money and slowly getting some of it back. So when I tend to hit break even, that's when I'll start to the tax. But in fact, funny enough, I was watching something this morning about tax, and I'm hearing some different stories. But my understanding is, I think you pay corporation. Mind you, Future isn't classed as an asset, is it? Because you don't actually technically own anything. All you own is a contract. So I'm not really sure how it works just as yet. That seems to be doing okay. So obviously I'm keeping track of everything that it's costing me, and any tools and all that. And when I sort of hit break even, if you're with Apex, it's income tax in the UK. Yeah, I think you might be right. Because you're classed as a contractor, aren't you? So yeah, it probably is income tax. And then if you trade yourself, Apex, you aren't a trader, rather, a contractor. So you class yourself as a sole trader in the UK, and I've been a sole trader in the business before. So you just obviously declare what you've earned, and then you declare what you've paid. Obviously, I'm not eligible for tax at the moment because I haven't earned anywhere near what I've paid yet. We pay income tax. It's not but capital gains tax and any CFDs. Yeah, it does differ what you trade, whether you actually hold an asset or whether you just, because I know in the UK spread betting is classed as gambling and it's tax free. I'm not 100% sure what spread betting is. But okay, so that triple tested worked nice. 1, 2, 3. It worked beautifully actually. So maybe I should have had a go at that, but it is just a little bit it's more this that I'm uncertain of. So yeah, I think that was okay. So let's hopefully if we get a bit of a pullback, so let's go for that and that. So let's just open this up a tad. So leg and a leg. How high could we go up? I think we're certainly going to go up to this level. Quite possibly the top leg. Fortunately, it is frustrating. It shoves off and doesn't come back and give us a chance to get in. Maybe it'll give us a second entry short, maybe. So maybe we've got something like that. Maybe. We've got to touch there and we've got to touch there. Touch close enough there anyway. Trouble is, it does bounce 3 times, but the picture's not very clear. I'd have preferred a higher low there, in which case I would have taken it, but unfortunately, it just shot up. Let me have a look. 1, 2, 3. There was a higher low on the 1500 tick chart, but it wasn't quite bullish enough. So we got 1, 2, 3 triple test, but not quite bullish enough. So I'm just looking at other charts just to see if there are more setups. I mean, like Max said, you can trade any chart exactly the same. Price action works on any chart, regardless of what time it is. And apparently, if you took a snapshot of price action, you wouldn't know whether it was the daily or the minute chart. Obviously, if you traded it, you would, because it'd be, obviously it'd be a lot quicker. But and I've heard him say that multiple times. So it's good, really, that if the 1,000 tick chart isn't producing a lot of setups, maybe the 1,500 or the 1,000 tick would. So if I was going to trade the 1,000 tick, I would probably maybe only go for 6 points, ticks rather. So it's definitely useful to keep an eye on these other time frames, because if you can get one out of a couple of different charts in a day, then it might make that picking them trades off a little bit easier. Oh, quick drop there. Interesting. You could say there's a second entry long there. It's just too far from that body for me, really. This looks like on the NQ it may make another leg down to here. So I'm not getting, it's not set up anyway, so. My slight concern is we've come up to the top here. And this push we haven't come quite as far, so whether we're going to have a break here, I don't know. I would suggest maybe it's not going to have a break. Maybe it's like that. Maybe a spike in the channel. In which case we could come quite far back. So I'm not sure about that. Touch. It looks more effective on here, but I don't know. Works best for me, 400. I think the 400 tick chart you could probably trade overnight, couldn't you? I've never tried. I've never even looked at things like the FTSE, which is more sort of my time frame, my time scale. I mean, you know, if setups do become far, you know, few and far between, it may be a case of coming back for me later in the evening, or for you US guys later in the afternoon, and maybe doing another hour or another hour and a half session. You know, I tend to finish about 5:30 UK time. I could go and have my dinner and come back at maybe 6:30 and trade till maybe 8 o'clock or 8:30. Obviously, it makes sense. The longer you're sat here, the more chance of you getting a trade. So there is a possible second entry long, but I don't like this. It's congested, so, and this as well, it's a bit odd. So I prefer it to come down a little bit before I think about a setup. I believe we can. I believe we can. I mean, I don't think there'll be as much volume as we see here. Obviously, this is a lot bigger market, isn't it? So let's have a look. So, I mean, well, depends. I don't know hours wise, but you could trade the Nikkei. That's more the Asian time frame, isn't it? So that's a different time frame. You can trade that. Let's have a look. So, 2 instruments. There is a massive list of them somewhere. You can trade crypto on them as well. So I'm pretty sure they showed you the FTSE. I might be wrong. Okay, leg and a big strong bullish bar. Nothing for me, unfortunately. My slight issue is there is a bit of support there, so we're coming under it, and we're Maybe struggling to get through it. I don't know. I was wondering, is it possible to have more than PA? I know you can't trade more than 20 at a time. You're on about more PAs than 20? I don't know. A limit. Banking more than that. Are you on about having more than 20 PAs? I know you can have more. You can have as many evaluations as you want. See, did I hear right the other day that because they're bringing these more than 20? I don't think so. Not at one time. You can't. Currently, anyway. But I mean, you can trade different what's at the same time. Yeah, you can trade. I know Alpine does, doesn't he? He has 20 with Apex, and he has a bunch. He has some with, I think, Top Step and Bullinox as well. So I think you can do it that way. Whether they'll change it or not, I don't know. But you can have as many evaluations as you want. Now, I'm pretty sure the other day I heard something along the lines that you don't have to pay for your PA straight away, because I know if somebody's got like 10 evaluations or 20 evaluations, and you know it's maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 days away that they're due to pay for them. All of a sudden, if they bring in the 1 day to pass, you've got 20 that you've got to pay for straight away, and perhaps people haven't, scheduled that into their finances. So I'm pretty sure you don't have to pay it straight away now. In which case, you can have technically have a backlog of, past evaluations, and then maybe if you take a payment, you blow a PA account, you can just drag another one in. I'm not too sure actually, but yeah, I can't trade this at the moment. It's messy. We've got a leg down with a break and a new low. There is a high low, but I don't like any of that. EMA's flat. It's clearly stacking. It may go up, but it's just, I can't trade anything there. Unfortunately, it does look like it's slowly grinding up, but who really knows at the moment? Could come tumbling down. Sometimes the slower it goes up, the quicker it comes down. I don't even know why they've put a cap on 20. Obviously, I think the downside to having so many is, I don't know whether it depends on your system, how quick your internet is, or how quick your computer is, how powerful your computer is, whether it tends to trigger them all at the same time, or the trouble is if it doesn't, I think it can be. I would love to, if this thing was infallible, I would love to be able to trade 20 at a time. I just can't trust. It costs a lot of time and a lot of money to build up 20 PA accounts. And if you're the unfortunate one and something goes wrong and Apex go, it's only happened to you, there's nothing we can do. If I lost 20 accounts with Apex, I couldn't continue with Apex just out of principle. What would be the point? All that time and money and your account's blown through no fault of your own. Which is why I'd only ever trade 10 or maybe 12 on one and 8 on another. Maybe have a slightly, so if it's a really good day, maybe you jump onto the slightly larger pot and vice versa. But I don't think in all good conscience I could trade all 20 at the same time. I'd have to split them up that way. If something does go wrong, you're not completely out of work effectively. You can't go back to the drawing board after losing, which is another reason why I'm going to continue to take money at $2,600. I take $2,000, that account's paid for itself. I'll reduce it to one contract. Yeah, exactly. I'll reduce it to one contract and then just let it ride up slowly. And if it manages to get up, then maybe I will grow that particular account. But I like the way that the Alpine trader does it. It withdraws relatively quickly after the 2,600, and then he just lowers the account. If it if you lose it, you lose it. It's paid for itself. He does go through a lot of PAs, but he makes a lot of money. And what I'd like to do is, once I start to get some regular payments, is grow my own pot as well. Put a few $1,000s in my own one, and then grow that slowly on the side, and just keep, not touching that, but keep building it. And then I think ultimately, that's what I would like to do. But it seems crazy not to have Apex as well. I was talking to Daniel the other night. That's what he does. He trades his own account, and he also has some PAs which he trades slightly more aggressively, which makes perfect sense. It's hard going at the moment. You can't really trade that. It's just a load of chop. There's nothing really telling you that's going up. Yeah, I mean, if it was super reliable, and if Apex said, if anything goes wrong with it and it's deemed to be Rhythmic's fault, don't worry about it, we'll replenish your account, then I would. But they do say that if something goes with Rhythmic, they can't be responsible. But I don't understand how you can sell someone a package that you say you have to use that bit of software as part of trading our package, but if it goes wrong, it's on you. It doesn't make any sense to me, that. Okay, so maybe it is like that. We got to touch. It seems to be working in the right area. Okay, yeah, so let's see what happens. So until that's safe enough and reliable enough, I'd only ever trade 10, really, maybe 12 maximum, maybe 12 and 8, I don't know. But another thing I've got to look into as well, which I got no idea how to trade your own pot and PAs at the same time. But I did speak to someone. Someone on the stream said maybe a few weeks ago they've been trading their own pot for 3 years and they've never had an issue with it. Not one. We're lucky to go through 3 weeks without having some sort of a hiccup. Okay, so that's now made that measured move beautifully. So, yeah. Oh, it was you, was it? Yeah, so there you go. So it just goes to show when you're trading real money in a real account, it's a lot safer. But thinking about it with Apex, it's only simulated. It's only a sim, isn't it? It's not. It's trading sims. It was 5 years. No, yeah, exactly. And in all fairness, if stuff went wrong with people's own money, they'd stop trading. So they've got to make it super safe, because some people, we may trade a little bit here and there, but some people might be trading hundreds of thousands. You can't mess around with that sort of money. You have to have something reliable, otherwise people just won't use you. But yeah, it's just nothing, is there? No setups. Trouble is, we're getting close to these tops now, so we're running out of space. 5 years with no problem. Yeah, that speaks volumes, doesn't it? That's reliability you can rely on. No, I've already done that, haven't I? Looks like we're getting a lower high there. Trouble is, we're in this channel now. We're at the top of the channel, but we have touched some support there, but it just doesn't mean it won't continue on up. So unfortunately, I can't do anything here. Yeah, 1 minute later, the account was blown. I think we've all got that story, mate. I think. Yeah. Do you know what? I've told you this before. When I first started trading this, I'd been trading a month, and we'd seemed to just have uptrend after uptrend, and I was just buying at the bottom, and it was working. And I worked out trading 2 contracts, I'd have made about $1,200 in a week. So I remember driving to work on the Friday. I phoned my boss up and basically said I was finishing. I came home. I put $5,000 into it, and I just couldn't seem to fail. And I remember the very first trade I opened for 2 contracts, I lost, and I had this horrible sinking feeling, thinking, what have I done? And it was scary. But I do remember taking a bunch of trades, and I think I worked out I should be about $50 in profit. But what I hadn't taken into consideration was about $130 in fees. I'd taken that many trades. I thought it was easy, but I did have that little voice in the back of my head saying it can't be this easy, surely. And I should have listened to that voice. Withdrew what little money I had left because I got through $5,000 very, very quickly. I mean, for me, that's why a lot of people give up. Because you're paying through the nose again and again and again, and it just continues that way, probably for the best part of 2 years before you may hit your first little payment. And you're paying such a lot of money, but you know, I mean, if someone said to you before you started trading, it's going to cost you $20,000 over the next 3 years before you start making money back, I think most people will run away. But you know, you don't know what it's going to cost you. But, you know, obviously it mounts up. But you're kind of committed then to a degree. And I get people who do decide to walk away. I have considered quitting. But usually very quickly after I've blown an account. And then as soon as within a day or so, as soon as I calm down, I'm definitely not quitting. This is what I want to do for a living. But yeah, it has crossed my mind. And I think that's part of it. You do get to that, and I think when you get to that level, if you look at that chart, that diagram that's on Sam's website, I have shown you before about the the journey of a trader, seems very soon after you decide or start to question, should you give up, that you start to find things start to work. So, fingers crossed. But yeah, it is scary, isn't it, when you first start and you first put money in and then you lose it and you start to think, what am I doing here? I didn't realise that I was absolutely, I was useless at the time, because you don't realise trading can be that difficult. You think, well, I've got to do a strategy. I know what a second entry long is. I can't fail. Yes, trader, how you doing, bud? How you doing? It's my first eval account. It's my first eval account, not blown yet. 1 month going. 30. That's good. That tells me that you're less of a gambler. You're quite happy to follow the process, because I think what a lot of people do. Got my payout approved. Good on you, mate. Good on you. I know Sam had a payment, his first payment, approved. So that's good news, because I know he'd been there a couple of times and got very close. And something happens in your brain when you get close to payment, whether you tend to rush or something happens, there's a little bit of pressure. That's why I'm so glad I'm paper trading right now. Blew 2K yesterday. Yeah. It does take longer than people think. Now, I've been trading PATs. It'd be 3 years in May, I think, something like that. And I did 6 months. And I've been trading really about 3.5 years, just under 3.5 years. And I'm starting to feel now that I'm confident in me trading. I've been through all the stupid stuff, and I do feel like I'm starting to tip in the right direction now. But it just goes to show how long it takes. And I'm probably more obsessive than most. But it does take time. When you first start, you win a few trades. You think it can't take that long, but it's connecting that strategy to the right context, which is the real skill. It's reading that market and knowing where to get in. Just taking a second entry long is enough. I used to take second entry longs in downtrends. I thought it was a second entry long. I got to take it. But it is a lot harder than people realise, and that's why there's such a high failure rate. It's not because people aren't capable or they can't do it; it's because they give up. And I understand it. It's not for everyone. It definitely affected my mood. I was a lot more snappy with my wife and my daughter at times. My wife did say she used to dread me coming down from trading, or if I'd been up there longer than my normal time, she would, be worried. I don't get nasty, but just grumpy. I might compete with you on the obsessively. So, you can tell what kind of person I am by. I'm quite a bit of an obsessive compulsive. If I learn to do something, I tend to buy the t-shirt, buy the tools. I OTT everything. And I'll wake up at night, I'll open my phone and I'll flick onto the Facebook group, or I'll check my emails or something like that. First thing when I wake up, trading's in my head. I wish it wasn't, but it is. But yeah, I absolutely get there's people the same as me and worse, for sure. Yeah. You're a lot more calm. Those are, yeah. Have you noticed I get these little habits as well? This little sniff and this little sort of cough. It's just habit. That is nerves. Whenever I get nerves, I have these little things. Looking back on some of the videos, yeah, I was like a gibbering wreck at times when I lost trades, but you do learn to calm down over time. Look at this thing, it's rocketing up now. So, what I will say is maybe there's a leg and a leg. The biggest change for me was when I could take a loss, never go on tilt. Yeah. I bet that must feel great when you actually hit that level. I'll tell you what I've heard this say so many times to identify your trigger, and I thought my trigger was taking a loss. Now, when I think about it, realistically, it's not. It depends what kind of loss it is. So if I take what I believe to be a genuine trade, I'm okay with that. If I take something that I think I really shouldn't have done, that I have this urge to get in my patience, that's when I punish myself. But I would say a lot of the times I've blown accounts is when I've gone, I'm going to have a go here. Let's have a go. Or let's have a go, a riskier trade on one account. I make silly decisions. And that's where I tend to go wrong. So that's my trigger. So I came back yesterday to the market. I took my computer apart last night. I took it apart. I took it downstairs, gave it a hoover, gave it a clean, cleaned it from the dust. Because this new graphics card.
3rd of March at 3:23 a.m. through on the 4th of March 2024. 3:23 a.m. is a last 40 minutes.
Thanks. I don't know why Alexa just started in with that. But when I plugged everything in, I tried to sort of switch it all on. And when I put it on, I clicked onto the Alpine guy to watch some of him, and there was no sound. So I switched everything off, fanned around with all the wires. So I took a photo of the back, and I spent 20 minutes pissing around with all the wires, trying to figure out what I'd done wrong. I took everything out, and then when I switched it on and watched him again, he went, "Sorry about that, guys. I never had my mic on." But I opened the charts up and just checked everything, and I had that urge to trade, and that is where I have problems. So I just thought, forget it, switch your computer off. Now, I've had that urge before, and I've gone, I'll just trade one of my accounts, and I see the market go up, and I take a stupid trade, and that's where I usually go on tilt. So yeah, he came on for a bit and never had his mic on, and it was just unfortunate. That's just when I cleaned my computer and I started pissing around for 20 minutes thinking I'd plugged everything in wrong, and he hadn't switched his mic on. What are we doing here? Let me have a look at this. This is an area where we could possibly get something. We've had that overshoot, so the trouble is, after an overshoot, a lot of times we will still come out and make a new high and then drop. Other times we'll just drop. Other times we'll maybe have a correction and then carry on. So I've got to be careful. Arthur, how are you? How are you doing? Market is targeting the big liquidity at 61.20, 61.27. 61.27. That's a million miles away, isn't it? 61. No, you're on about that, are you? All right, okay. 60. Oh, you're on about up here, aren't you? What was on about there? So we've broken above this lot. Let's have a look. 61.27. Last night. Have you really? So you've done all right then. Yeah, you have. So we have broken above all this, so we've pushed down, maybe retested it. We could continue on higher, but I'd want a couple of legs back and a higher low first before I even consider going, because just because we got this doesn't mean we can't move off in another direction a little bit steeper. What's this doing? So we've had that channel, we've broken out the top. I like your style of trading, careful and steady. I think if you add some liquidity levels to your analysis, it will be very powerful. Interesting you said that, brother. I did start looking at Bookmap at one point. and I found it was more, well, if I'm honest, I probably didn't learn to understand it as well as I probably could have done. So I'm also looking at learning how to read order flow or footprint, whatever they call it. So you sound like a guy with some experience. What would you suggest I add to my system here? Bookmap again, or some form of order flow or footprint? Which do you think would help me more? There's a question for you. So we've come back to the image, we're continuing up. We could still have a little push up before we have another leg down. So unfortunately, there's nothing I can do just at the minute. I'm just concerned about this overshoot, because a lot of times when we get an overshoot of the channel, we do make an attempt to go high and then drop like a stone. So I think the thing is with a bookmap, I think it just looks more complicated than it is. I think when you learn a little bit, it's relatively straightforward, but I don't think I got the full benefit of learning how to use it properly. I just sort of watched it and got a feel for what was going on, but there's probably a lot more going on than I really realise. So, just in case you didn't ask that, what is your name anyway? Let me have a look. Wow, that's a tough one. I don't even want to pronounce that in case I get it terribly wrong. Is it Muhsin? Is that right? Muhsin? I hope I haven't murdered your name there. If I have, I apologise. I like your style of training, careful and steady. If you were to suggest what I could add to my trading chart, okay, levels, bookmap, big sell and buy orders, also VWAP standard. So would you consider order flow or footprint of some sort? That's something I wanted to learn. VWAP, I believe I can get VWAP on here, can't I? I know VWAP shows on bookmap, doesn't it? Levels at bookmap, big sell and buy orders. So market tends to move towards them, doesn't tends to move towards liquidity. VWAP doesn't have native VWAP, I think. Oh, you know about Ninja. I think it's on bookmap, isn't it? I think it's that purple line on bookmap, isn't it? I think it's always good to develop, isn't it? And to learn and develop. Okay, so we've had this overshoot. We've had another attempt higher. So are we going to push down? Unfortunately, I got nothing here, really. There's just an inside bar. Had a series of videos if you can fight through them. That's beneficial. I got a couple of them. Yeah, I started to look, but perhaps I should look again. The beauty is with bookmap is you can watch it for free live on YouTube, can't you? And then if it does become a significant part of your trading day, then it may be worth paying for. So you've got bang up to date then. I think it's a few seconds out, isn't it? 6 or 8 seconds out, which is, I don't know how important those 6 or 8 seconds are, but if you know where the liquidity levels are, if there's big liquidity levels, I don't think a few seconds has a massive difference, does it? Ninja Trader has VWAP. Its indicator called order flow volume. I forget the last words. CNT. Do you need to have the full license to get that? I have, but I currently only use Apex's license because obviously I'm trading a PA account with Apex. Although I do have a lifetime license. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can trade here. Even if I wanted to trade at this level, there's no setup. Yeah, you do, yeah. So order flow VWAP. Just turn on. Looks pretty cool. Order flow VWAP. Isn't there something along here I've seen? Have a look. What's that? Text. Order flow volume profile. That's not, is it? And still trade Apex. I'm only using my Ninja Trader license. Then you have access to order flow tools. Okay, right click. Click indicators, then find it. So right click. Indicators. Indicators, I got it. Okay, yeah. Find it. So it'll be up here then somewhere, won't it? Let's stretch that down a wee tad. So it's called. Let's go to the top. So let's get rid of this Apex rubbish. So what's it called? Mind you, am I going to be able to see it if I haven't got my lifetime license? VWAP, isn't it? So it's going to be down here around near the V's, I'm guessing. The other side of the order flow argument is that Al Brooks said he never found anything useful in the information that it's already on the price. Yeah. I think order flow VWAP, yeah. I think for me, order flow, there we go. Okay, so let's add that. Double click it. Okay, let's see what happens. Please upgrade. Ah, yeah, so I'd have to upgrade to my lifetime license. Okay. Yeah, okay. So what I'm going to do later is figure out, Tom, let's go past it. Your way of trading works. Why change? No. I use my, yeah, I wasn't going to change it. What I was going to do, because there seems to be less setups here, what I was considering doing is sometimes when you get into trade, see, I got into that trade yesterday and took a 1.5 off it. Where was it? It was the lower, that one there. I took a 1.5. Now look at that. So I took a 1.5 off that. Now, my question was, if I'm looking at this and I take this setup, if I'm looking at the footprint or the order flow, can I see aggressive orders coming in or aggressive selling telling me that maybe I should hold on to my trade and this has gone down? Because I got in for a 1.5 and that went down 10 points. Now, even if I could take half of that just to this bottom, it's having the confidence to hold it and know it's not going to come back. Now, I'm pretty sure, but not certain, that if I had the footprints or order flow, I could tell that there was aggressive selling coming in which case I could hold on. So if I could hold on for 5 points, 5.5 points instead of a 1.5, I could get 3 or 4 trades in one go. So that's the reason why I was considering the order flow, just to hopefully give me a little bit extra information there that may continue on down. And look at it, didn't half go. And sometimes when we have this leg down and we have 1, 2 legs up and a lower high, it doesn't half tank. Even the pros, yeah. So I just wondered, is something like order flow or footprint going to give me enough information to say, yeah, this looks like it's worth holding on? You know what I mean? Apex, no problem. Yeah, I'll figure out how to sort that out later. I'll put my lifetime license in. I haven't used it for about 2 years or so. So, yeah, I don't want to change my strategy. I like the strategy. I'd just like to not so much, well, maybe refine it or just give it that little extra, cherry on the top type thing. Maybe you would benefit from some SMC. 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 I'm just trying to think of something comical to say that. I can't think of anything. It's not aggressive sellers that you should be looking for, but aggressive buyers on Bookmap. That would look at areas of high heat. Lots of orders pending. Yeah, but I'm guessing with Bookmap or some sort of footprint chart, would that give me an indication that this is likely to go down? That's what I'm saying. If I can see the numbers coming in, smart money concepts, okay, that doesn't mean a great deal to me, actually, mate. You might have to elaborate a touch. I would agree with your description. Okay, order flow doesn't change your strategy. It gives you confirmation to enter. Yeah, enter and better earlier prices still longer. Just a tool, not a strat. Yeah, absolutely. Just to give me that confidence to say that I really like this setup. So, you know, if we have, say, a nice tight channel up like this, and we have a break of it, 2 perfect legs down with a nice bullish bar and a beautiful higher low, and the tops are up here, I would say a lot of the time I think that's going to push up to the top. It's a solid entry, but I haven't got the confidence to hold it. But if I can have maybe footprint that said, yeah, what I'm thinking is maybe a good decision to hold, instead of taking 2 points, I may take 6 or 8. So if I'm struggling to get a few 3 or 4 setups a week, it just might give me that confidence to think this trade is worth staying in. So many trades that I think this is a really strong setup, rocket. And usually, you know, how good the setup is, usually how well it works. But obviously that setup yesterday, forget where it was again now. That one there, I mean, worked an absolute treat. You could have got 10 points off that. Even if I'd have been happy with half of that. 5.5 points if you come out at the bottom there. Or maybe if it starts to push down strongly, maybe just bring your stop down to the top of every bar, in which case I'd have got stopped out there, which would have given me 9 points, which is a lot more than 2. So theoretically, one trade like that a week would give me more. Way more than I've got now. I'll be more than happy with that. So yeah, I'd agree. Your description, order flow doesn't change. No, I just want something just to solidify what I'm thinking. You know, for example, yesterday I took a setup where we wicked above a level and I saw about 600 aggressive buyers at the top with no movement up, meaning someone's absorbing. Yeah. See, I'm happy that I know the setups for entries, but it is a shame when you get into a trade here for 2 points and it goes up 10. Now, maybe a decent quality signal bar and a nice pattern that you see that you think, yeah, now we're going to get up to this level again. You know, if we're ranging and I get a beautiful second entry long off the bottom, high and low off the bottom, so many times it continues up to the top, but it's having the confidence to hold on, or at least maybe to follow up, you know, under each swing. But I'm hoping something like Bookmap would just say, yeah, this looks like it's worth holding on to. Because if there is few setups, I was talking to Daniel the other night and he said he averages 1 trade a day. Now, great, you know, I think that's okay. But compared to 3 trades a day was averaging, you know, around about lockdown when it was more volatile. But, you know, it's a shame if you get one really good setup not to try and take full advantage of it. I would look for measured moves of ranges. Yeah, I do sort of look for measured moves. You know what? There is a strategy or a picture I like to see, which you don't see a massive amount, where you have a leg up there, 2 perfect measured legs, leg and a leg, bullish bar, and then a really strong higher low, and so many cases you get that other leg. But it's having the confidence to hold it, because obviously when it goes up, we usually take our 2 points, but then at some point it's going to pull back. You don't know whether it's pulling back and you've read it wrong and we're coming down and you're going to lose your profits. But, you know, I'm thinking maybe footprint would give me that confidence and that little extra tool to say, yeah, this looks like it's, if you think it's a good solid trade, it looks like it's worth you know, holding. This is just, I'm not a fan. That to me looks more like that, I would suggest, with a break and a new high. So we get, is this just failing out of this? I don't know. We are making multiple attempts to go higher. So for me, I think if we can get a lower high there, then I'd say that's going to come down somewhat. Leg down maybe. I got lucky today and passed another 20, 25k. Count. Good on you, mate. Thomas, yeah, that's something I've considered. I know Marco does that on a $50,000 account. He trades 3 contracts. So yeah, I mean, if you see an A+ setup, we know the A+ setups were the ones where you can't click the button fast enough. So yeah, there is the other option to jump up a contract. Theoretically, if you went to 3 contracts instead of 2, every other trade you do, you'd have an extra one theoretically. So that's something. Once I start getting some regular money in and my bank account looks healthier, then I'll have the confidence then to hold on a little bit longer. Excuse me a second. Let me just let my pup in. So are we just having 2 legs back and we're continuing on higher? I don't know. We've had an overshoot of that. A lot of the times it does make multiple efforts to move up and then followed by a drop. Do you have any other business endeavors? No, I don't at the moment. Small trip back into the range. Yeah, that's what I'm looking on here. Trouble is, we've pushed above this, pulled back below it, and pushed up again. So I don't know whether. See, a lot of times after these overshoots, sometimes we'll have a full-out reversal, sometimes we'll have a correction and a continuation. In which case we could continue on up. So my first thought wouldn't be to short this back into the range because at the moment price is still holding above that. I'm not saying it will, but the fact that we've pushed above the range and failed and then pushed straight back out tells me that the buyers are stronger at the moment. We got a leg up there from the open, not the open, lows of the day. So we got a leg up. You may call this a correction followed by another leg up. Yeah, it is. It's been challenging for the last few days, really. See, is this going to continue on up? I'm cautious about going long on this just at the moment. Well, we've made so many attempts to get above here. Excuse me, just for 1 minute. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. Okay, sorry about that. Let's have a look. I'm just going to bring that down. Out of the way a minute. Does look like we're continuing on higher. My only slight concern is until we're above this, we're struggling to get higher. Sometimes I've noticed the more times we struggle, the slower it grinds up, the quicker it comes down. It's targeting 51.27 before in a reversal range. 51.27, we're here now, aren't we? It's flickering around a little bit. This looks like it's struggling to get up. So you may be right. Yeah, I can't even consider going along here at the moment until this looks a little bit better. I would suggest that is probably more like that. In fact, I'm going to get rid of that. So we've got a leg up, we've got a break, 2 pushes up to a new high. So we're at a new high now. So we're touching the top of this multiple times. So does this look like it's now going to come down? Certainly could do. This looks like it's going to drop. Okay, we seem to get a little bit of resistance there, support there. We've pushed through it. Maybe retest this and come down. See if we can get a lower high here. So, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get one. It's just going to come down. I think this looks like it's ready to drop. So I would suggest that that is an overshoot. We're making some attempts to go higher and then we pull back. It does look like we're going to reverse here. So if we can maybe come back and retest this. A little bit of a pullback, maybe we can get something there, but it is frustrating. You don't get. I was looking for a lower high there, back to the top of this. That's a shame. What I'd like it to do is have a little pullback and then give us an offering short up here somewhere. So on this line here, there's a little bullish bar there, which is triggered. Now, is that going to come down and stop that out, or are we going to get a little bit of movement up? Because there will be traders who probably go long there off this line, but for me, that's a trap. Triggers you, comes down, stops you out. Yeah. So if you've got, so that's the thing about this overshoot. I've got my channel. If you had your channel like that, you'd be thinking, yeah, here we go. We come right down to that line. Look at it working. Bounce, bounce, right off that line. Let's go along there. Triggers you, come straight down, stops you out. So for me, because of the overshoot, we've made a few attempts to go high. It does look to me like we're likely to reverse here. We do seem to be in a trend, a range day anyway. So we've come up to this level multiple times, and it does look like we're dropping. There is a bit of support along that midline, so if we can have a little bit of a pullback, I'd say it's quite likely going to come down some more. Hopefully if we can get something here. Let me just check I'm not missing anything. No, it still looks like an overshoot. 2 pushes up to a new high, and a pullback into this range. So let's see if we can get a second entry short here or something. Good. Little pull back up, retest this bottom would be nice. So we've got a leg down, first attempt higher, hopefully fails. I think it's about to rip high, you think so, do you? I mean, the fact that it triggered that long, came down, stopped it out, and then pushed up tells me, I think, we're testing this line, but I could be completely wrong. I mean, it's certainly relatively bullish, but if I'm looking at this, we've made multiple attempts, and then we just dropped. So you might be right. You're in long, are you? That overshoot concerns me. We found some resistance along there, so I'm just wondering whether that is maybe a temporary top of this range. Does look like a range for me. We've just had a push up the top, we've come down the bottom, we've had a push up again. We have tried multiple times. Maybe we just needed to come back and just encourage some more buyers, but yeah, I'm not sure about this. Let's see if this can work any other way. Yeah, I don't like this. 2 points. Good on you, mate. Yeah, I couldn't take that, although it was nice bullish. It's still in this little small short-term trend channel at the moment. And it could trigger and come down. What, your PA, ES trader, your PA was down? You said that, I'm thinking, you're talking about mine. Thinking, what have I done here? Yeah. Okay, so we've got a bit of sideways, we've got a fail breakout, and then we've pushed in. So maybe this is just one more attempt to push higher. We've made multiple attempts to push higher, followed by a drop. So it's hard to say. Maybe this going up. Sometimes when it drops out, you'll trigger some shorts thinking we're coming down, it'll turn and push up. Unfortunately, there's no setup here. There isn't a high low area I wanted to go long. No part set up for sure, no. So maybe we are going to push in, retest this at the bottom, and then have another leg up, which would maybe get us up to these tops. So maybe there is. See, a lot of times I do see these channels. Sometimes I'll have a breakout there and a breakout there, and then it'll just continue up. So really, just a bit of a correction. So let's see if we can manage to test this and stay and close in this. Then I think there is another chance we can have another leg up. Unfortunately, there's just nothing here. It's just a little bit. I mean, we've already had the highs of the day on the ES, but we haven't made this measured leg. Whether we will or not, God only knows. Your guess is as good as mine. Paul, good afternoon, brother. What strategy are you using? Where did you learn it? I'll show you now, and I'll do you a real solid here. It's probably one of the cheapest you'll find anywhere. Well, I'll go further than that. It is the cheapest you'll find anywhere. I've learnt this from a guy called Mac, as many others have on here. He's a scalper. He's been trading for about 28 years. And that's his website. And to join his website is the grand figure of $125 per year. There's dozens of video lessons on here. All sorts of little gizmos and gadgets. So it's priceactiontrainingsystem.com. And if you want to get a feel for who Mac is, if you look on YouTube, you will see he's made videos 4 days a week for the last 12 years. So, where is he? Apex have just stuck a bloody ton of things on. Let's have a look. $6 hours ago. It's a bit longer than that. Let me have a look. Where are you, Mac? There he is. Okay.
Break out of the range.
There we go. I'll block that off. So that's him there. He's got 2,400 videos, and they go back to 12 years old, 4 a week. So 2,000. So if you want to have a bit of idea who that guy is, you can listen to him. He'll go through Monday to Thursday. He goes through all the price action. And if you want to join his channel, that's him there. I absolutely recommend it. He's a genuine guy, and he charges $125 per year. And also join the Facebook group as well. Post your chart every day. But he's a great guy, he really is. There's all sorts of bits of information on there. So that's my suggestion there. So there is a higher low there. I'm not taking this at the moment because it's a bit congested here, and I don't know whether we're going to come back out. So it's a bit congested here, so I'm not taking anything. That overshoot still concerns me. So I hope that helps, mate. I hope that helps. You're welcome. You are welcome. Besides the odd fishing trips. Yeah, besides the odd fishing trips. So there is a high low. That does seem like it's going up, but it's a bit congested, and it is a little bit there, and we are close to these highs. So access to forum is there. He also has a manual. Yeah, he does. Right into resistance. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of this. It's a little bit choppy, and it could stitch you up there. It could trigger you. And at the moment, we're in this bit of a range here. We have had a failed breakout. It doesn't mean it's going to push up. So I mean, if I was going to take a trade like that, I'd want that body sat right on top of that EMA before I'd even consider it, because it could trigger you and stitch you up. Look at this. You don't know whether it's going to come back out. We have tried multiple times. Do you ever trade that? I don't. I haven't done. So if you took that trade, you're going to get stitched there, I think. I'll be amazed if that doesn't stop that out. So if you took that trade one tick above there, you wouldn't have even got a point out of that. It would need to push through, so you wouldn't have got a point out of it. So it's just got risk written all over that as. It's a bit of a weak position to enter there. It's a little bit congested. We're very close to these highs, and there is some support along there. And this, after the overshoot, is just a bit messy and a bit unclear. For me personally, is it going to go up or is it go down? So there's nothing you can do here, really. You just have to sit through it, unfortunately. There is a possibility it just could be something bigger. It may do. But at the moment, until I get some, proper indication we're pushing up higher, I'm just leaving that where it is. I'd like to get down here a little bit more first. Thomas Wade is a great help. Understands Pat. Yeah, Thomas Wade's another one as well. I'm not sure what it is to join his group. I think it's a bit more money. I think, isn't it a few hundred Thomases? I don't know. London session is pretty bad movement-wise. Yeah, there just wouldn't be the same sort of volume that you get through the ES and then at the NQ. To join, just watch YouTube. Yeah, absolutely. Get a feel for these people. But Mac is just a lovely guy. He's a genuine guy. 36 a month. Yeah, it's a few hundred a year, 400 a year. Max is $125 a year. But Thomas learned from Mac. I've learned from Mac, and I think a good chunk of you other guys on the stream trade Macs as well. It takes time to learn, but I think that's just trading in general. But it's very effective. A great setup. They just do not fail. They really don't. Unless there's some kind of a news or kind of a quick move for one reason or another. It's very safe, absolutely. So, I don't know what's going on here. Maybe we're going to retest this and push up, but it's just unclear. I've been following Tom Hogarth for a while. Want to broaden my learning. It's funny you mentioned that. He was in London last night doing a talk about psychology, and I had an email from Michael. And I put it on, got a bit tired, and I thought I'll come back tonight. So best book I read, best loser wins. Yeah, it's another thing I've got to get round to. I've got it on my Audible. So I look somewhere. Keep falling asleep. Oh, that's Tom Hogarth.
In spread. That is simple economics. I run a business.
Oh, I didn't realise that was the same guy. Interesting. Apart from learning patience, I need to learn from more good traders and from you all, Brett. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I do this stream, because, when I first started to learn to trade, I spent 6 months, did like a mentorship with a guy called Andrew Lockwood from the UK. He's been a currency trader for about 35 years. He worked in the London Stock Exchange during the 80s as a pit trader, and he's worked for lots of city banks. My price thanks. Yeah, absolutely. You don't use proper risk to reward. It's very difficult. Yeah. Forget 1-to-1. I think personally, in my opinion, it's 2 points is to go for. Tom Hogarth's trading is not pretty. Yeah, to be honest with you, I didn't realise that was him that Michael had sent me. But when I've just looked at that book, it says Tom Hogarth there, so it's obviously going to be the same guy. But he did a lecture in London last night, and it was on YouTube live. So I'm going to watch that later. And I will get round to that book as well. Now, this to me looks like a little bit of a bull flag. So that bar there, I would prefer it a bit closer, but I think from that bar onwards, if that triggers, I'm not going to take this, but this is what I think. Where's my arrow? That bar there, I think that bar is the bar that's going to take the market up, personally, if I'm reading the market right. It's about, you've got quite a stable looking bar there. If it triggers, I think that's going to where it's going to push up from there. But I wouldn't take this, because this is just something I tend to watch a bull flag. We go up, we go sideways, and then we push up for another leg, which will take us above this. Explain bull flags. Okay, it's just a pattern. it's just like a flag, isn't it? We push up, we have a little flag. And then in most cases, we get another leg up there. I don't tend to trade patterns. I don't know how you do this, really. Something like that, I don't know. But you get the same sort of... it's also triggered, fell, second entry short. That one there, it hasn't triggered yet, though, is it? As we push up, there's the first, there's the failure there. I would have preferred it if it would have triggered that short there, but it didn't. It's at the same level as it. But I would say, just what I'm looking at here, if it breaks above there, that's where it'll continue on up. There is a failure, second entry long, on the NQ. My only slight concern is we're still in this sideways, so I wouldn't take a trade on the NQ there as much as I think the setup will work. Patient, how do you do? What's your secret? I haven't always been like this, I assure you. It's just sort of developed over time with making lots of mistakes and just blowing and throwing away lots of money. Bull flags, you seeing a trend? Yeah, that's what I mean. Look at this now. So we're above that now. Look. And look at this. There you go. So it's doing what I thought. This is just something I tend to watch and monitor. So we push up, go sideways, find some. Oh, look at that. So once it triggered above there, it started to push up. So that's what I mean. Push up. So we have a leg, sideways leg. We've done exactly what I thought. From that bar there, once we broke above it, we crossed over straight up. And it looked right on here. My only slight concern with not taking that trade is because we're in this sideways. And if I was going to take that fairly, it's very close to the highs. And there's no way I'd go long into all that. As much as I think I know what the market's doing, or I like to think I know what the market's doing. But at the moment, this bull flag stuff isn't really our setup as such, although it is a failure. But normally, trading max strategy, you wouldn't trade that because it's congested. And you can clearly see that's congested. So we wouldn't take a trade there, especially above it like that. If you were going to take a trade, something like that, it would generally be right a bar like that, but dropped out the bottom. But, you know, I do see this more and more, and every time I see it, I mention it. Most of the time it works. So at some point, I may implement it as part of my... That's what I mean. The more you sit and watch this, assumes break of it. Yeah. The more you sit and watch these sort of stuff, the more you see these patterns starting to develop. And whenever I see that type of pattern, chances are we have an equal push out the top. So if you can enter into something here, then it's just another possible setup. But my only slight concern with all this, it's a little bit choppy. So you know, it's a bit messy a little bit. So maybe that is just continuing on up like that. I don't know. Secret is taking losses, absolutely. If you can learn to be okay with losses, I'd say I mean, you've got to learn the skill of trading. That's more of a formality. I'd say you're probably 85 to 95% there. Let's say you're 90% there. If you can take a loss and accept it and move on and continue to trade the same way, that's a massive skill. And the conclusion I've come to over the last 3.5 years is that if you do this every day, you'll have those emotions, but at some point you'll start to get used to them and they won't have the same bearing. So it's like anything in life. I've said this 100 times. It's like anything in life where you have powerful emotions. It takes time to get used to them because most of us don't have these type of stresses and emotions in our normal working day. We turn up, we do a job, we get paid. So to have these strong emotions, and they are strong emotions whenever there's money involved, especially with the possibility of losing rather lots of it. And anybody who's been trading a while knows how much money you can lose. There is a lot of stress involved, and those emotions, you don't control them, which you can't do in the beginning, you can't. But the more you do this day by day, it'll start to become more normal. It's very painful, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. But, you know, it's like, I mean, I notice a huge difference now with trading evaluations. They used to scare the shit out of me. It doesn't bother me in the slightest now. I can trade them and I just get on with it. So maybe that is just a correction, and we'll continue. I mean, we've come back to that line and we've pushed up, we've continued on up. So let's say that it does look like now we're still working. Unfortunately, you may have taken that one, but you know, I earmarked that one for push up and it did exactly what I thought, but I'm not confident enough to enter into a trade like that at the moment. I just tend to earmark it, and the more it works, at some point I'll go, let's doing that thing again. This looks like a nice solid entry bar. Let's have a go. Maybe reduce my contract size, and then it maybe become part of my daily routine. So we've got a nice channel working up there. We've made new highs for the day. Unfortunately, we need to get back here now. So there was push up. There was these two bars, which for me, if it was going to push up, that's where it would work from, and the same here, and it did. But because it's in this little range here, and we have made multiple attempts to break high, you don't know whether it's going to trigger you and come back down. But the fact that it bounced there was on the plus side. So possible second entry long there. It's congested. I'm not interested. We're right pushing up here. We're far from the EMA, so this could it could trigger a bullish bar and then drop. So I'm not getting involved here. What I will say is, if we do get a break out the bottom of here to the EMA, then I may consider that. But at the moment, if we can get 2 legs down to this EMA, and I think that this is going to continue up, and if we're looking nice dropping out the bottom of this, then there may be a spike in a channel there. Let's remove that in a minute. Okay, we need a couple of legs down here to give us an entry on the NQ. Okay, see, I'm noticing on the NQ that bullish bar there is triggered. It's a bit congested here, so we may get a break here. So I wouldn't take a long there personally. I don't know how many times in the past that I've jumped into the market and gone, oh yeah, big bullish bar, let's just jump in when we're way far from the EMA, and triggers you, comes straight down and stops you out. There is a bit of a second entry long there, but there's not much room to these highs, so the market's getting exhausted now. Yeah, I wouldn't take a long here, so I'm not doing it here, because we could get a little break, and the leg maybe come down towards this area. I took the second entry long for 2 points. Second entry long, which second entry long was that? Because of the trends, second entry long. .2 points. Are you on about here, are you, somewhere? No, about there. It's holding it. It may continue on up. I just don't like the way that's come back 1 tick from the bottom, so I'm just not getting involved. I've noticed it does this sometimes. You'll get a bullish bar, it'll move up, suck you in, it'll move back a bit, it'll come down and push back up again. And when it does it twice, you think, okay, it's had the chance to come and stop me out, let's just jump in. And you jump in, and then it comes straight down and stops you out. I don't know how many times it's done that. There you go, just like that. It goes up a little bit, say, come on, follow me. And if you're not sure about it, it comes down, comes only down to here, and then pushes up again. And when you get that second push up, you go, I've done it myself, you go, oh yeah, right, it's going up again now. It hasn't stopped me out. And you jump in again, comes straight down, stops you out. I can't tell you how many times I've mentioned that on the stream. It looks like it's sucking in longs. You jump in, and wham, look. And it is stuff. You do notice stuff. So I'd be looking for a higher low here. I don't think I'd do this. We're into the highs here. Same again, it's congested here. It's struggling to get above there, so we could get a drop down. So it's as close to a doji as you can get really anyway, but it's a neutral bar, so there's nothing for me there. Let's just ditch that a minute. Yeah, okay, you did get in there, yeah. Second entry long, I'm guessing that bar there then, yeah. Yeah, it looked quite strong, that, didn't it? And then that one, and obviously you were safe there. But when that bar came down, I bet you shit your pants. I bet that didn't feel good when you see it break above it and it goes up and then all of a sudden comes down. You get that horrible sinking feeling. I've never got used to that feeling when it comes back straight towards you and you're thinking, oh, damn. But sometimes it does that. I don't know how many times Mac marked a high probability trade and the next bar comes down exactly the same place. I just can't go long here at the moment. It's a bit unclear, a bit choppy. And it could come down. We got this vacant area down here. If you think this channel's valid, and we got a touch. It looks visually okay for me. So for me, this is a bit risky. It could be another one of those trades that starts to suck you in. If you don't get in this one, it gives you another one, and then all of a sudden down it comes. Oh, sweaty. I bet you were. See what I mean, though? You take something like, oh yeah, fell breakout. So you take that one, stops you out, comes down. Oh yeah, fell breakout. Oh, nice big bullish bar. Let's jump in there. What happens? Comes down, takes you out again. I don't know how many trades I've lost how many times I've lost 2 trades within literally 2 minutes. I'll be amazed if that doesn't get stopped out. But yeah, you jump in there, triggers you, stops you out. You think, here we go, bullish bar. Now we'll push it up. You get in, triggers you, comes down, stops you out. I mean, the market's very efficient at pissing people off. Watch this, straight down there. If you decide to put your stop down there, yeah, that's gone as well. So for me, we need 2 legs down. We've got this big vacant area for me. Market can always come into here, so I wouldn't be thinking about taking a long here. Round about here, maybe. But this is sideways. It's struggling to get up. So the more this struggles to get up, it may just come tumbling down. So I think after a while, you get used to just recognizing these patterns where weak positions will get taken straight out. Weak position there, triggers you, stops you out. Weak position there. You've got to wait for a really good solid setup. And when I see a solid setup here, I have a quick glance on the NQ just to make sure I'm trading in the right direction. I'm not missing something, because sometimes with the best intentions, this can look a little bit messy and you may have a slight doubt if you look over onto the left and see this, and this is giving you exactly the same signals. Then only then I decide to take a trade. And yeah, you don't take a massive amount of trades, but if I can get a 90-95% win rate and just take good quality setups, then I'm happy to take 3 trades a week. If I can get 2 points a trade, 3 trades a week, it's $600 per account. If I've got 10 accounts, it's $6,000 a week. You don't need to earn a lot of money to make it. You don't need to make a lot of money per account. It's the amount of accounts which give you that sort of growth. Big bullish bar there. Same again, a bit risky for me. It may work. Probably will. There is a couple of legs back. For me, it would have to be a higher low now. Although that's pushing up quite strong. This isn't really moving much. Which tells me sometimes this will push up really quickly. This goes up slow. On the other hand, this comes down a little bit. This pushes down really fast. So it just doesn't, for me, look like it's very strong at the moment. So same again, that bar, are you gonna regret taking that trade again? It just looks like it's struggling to get up, and every time we get half a setup, it's triggering you and stopping you out. So if you took that one, you wouldn't have even got 3/4 of a point there. Really, you would have to push through it. Let's see if this stop holds. It's congested, it's weak, it's slowly coming down, so any types of longs trade at the moment. It's why I always tend to wait for the higher lows. You just rule out getting stopped out again for the 3rd time. Take that one, triggers you, stops you out. You take that one, triggers you, stops you out. You take that one, triggers you. And I'm guessing you may get stopped out there. Sometimes if it's a stronger bar, it might hold, but I still wouldn't want to be in that trade now. It's struggling to get up. So blow this one out. Okay, that's still working okay. It's going up slowly, but I just don't like this. I just don't like entering here, or I wouldn't enter here because it's so far from the EMA. It's a little bit sideways. It could struggle and come down quick. So unfortunately, there's nothing. It's even more messy on here. It's just another crappy day, really. Okay, so if you did take that one, you got him. Sometimes these bars, if they're strong enough, may hold, and the fact that they came down right to that level and pushed up, and you got away with that. So we're right up to that measured leg there. Yeah, we may be ranging a little bit here, the way that's just turned. We've hit that measured leg, see, so are we going to continue up or what? Still a bit sideways here. So I'm not getting involved in any of this. A little bit of side there, a little bit of side there. So could continue sideways till we get to here and start to. Well, I got no idea at the moment. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break. I've got a thumping headache. I'm just going to take a couple of tablets and make a quick cup of coffee. So, what time is it? Okay, we've got a little bit of time left. So I'm just going to pop that on there. I'm just going to take a break. It's gone without us. There's no setups, unfortunately. It's one of those things. So I'm just going to take a quick. I'll be 3 to 5 minutes. Quick cup of tea, and I'll be back. Unfortunately, there's nothing. We're getting very close to this measured leg now. What can you do? I was hoping we may come back and test this. Are we up to, no, we're not. All-time highs up here. Okay, so we got a channel going up there, so that's okay. So let's see if we can get a couple of legs down here, and the same down and retest this top of this little box here. Sorry. Doesn't it usually speed up soon, doesn't it? Okay, let's have a couple of legs down on the NQ, and the same here. Retest this, giving us something to go long. Come on, give us an entry. I'm happy it's working in there. I think I'm pleased with how it's looking. We're still in this chart. Sorry, channel rather. Let's have a look. So I'm wondering, where can we expect it to go? Quite a bit further. So that is a possibility. Big push down. Makes sense we have a couple of legs up today, I suppose. That's certainly feasible, so at least we know we can go higher. Possible hidden second entry long. We need a strong entry off down here. No good there, unfortunately. Can't take a trade here. We're still in this little micro downtrend, so I just can't get involved. We're in a micro downtrend. We're far away from the EMA because we could have a little break and down a bit, so I ain't getting involved here. Hopefully that's our first entry there. If we can get down to here, then we may have an option. Let's see. We really seem to be struggling to come down, which is a good sign. To come down a bit further. I'd like to drop below there, really. One leg down. Come on, come down to here. Let me come back from lunch in 5 minutes. Any slight little movement up here, this thing wants to go. It's got to come down here. I can't get in there. It's just congested. Hopefully we have a little break and come down a little bit more off another leg. God, it's gone so slow now. There's hardly any volume at all. Okay, come on down a bit. We've had a little micro channel there. Let's have a break from it and come down a bit. Come on, leg, come on down. Slightest move up on the NQ, this thing wants to go. Oh, this is hard going, isn't it? If that is a channel, that may just start to move. At the moment, we've had this little channel down with a break. I'd like to see it at least have a higher low there. So I'd like to maybe that bearish bar there to trigger that before it turns. Yeah, coming along when it's like this, going along into all that is a recipe for disaster. I'm not saying it's not going to work. I don't know how many times it just looks like it's going up and I'm just looking for any old position to get in and I jump in and it drops quickly and flushes down. I don't know how many times I've lost trades like that. So I can't do anything. Unless this thing starts to rocket and I see a great entry on here, there's nothing I could do, unfortunately. Trouble is, when it's moving up so strongly, there will be traders just looking for a way in, and the trouble is, if you take a weak entry, this thing has got a habit of flushing down and taking out stops. Leg back, take out any stops before it ends up going in that direction. Hey Chris, how you doing, buddy? I just realised the anagram of your promo code, UKFT. You've only just noticed that. You need to get out more, mate. I did it that way because I thought it'd be easy to remember. I'm slow. You and me both, mate. It was a nightmare to get that. I don't know how many times I had to email them. I think I just got to the stage where they got that pissed off with me asking UKFT. I thought it was just the easiest way for people to remember. Obviously not. I forgive you, mate. We're pushing up here slowly. I'd like to trigger that bearish bar and then push up and stop it out, giving us a higher low. I hate it when it's slow. Now, you US guys will probably know more than me. We're 12:30 now, Eastern time. So are we now finally going to get a push up? There does seem to be all of a sudden some volatility now, but yeah, I just can't jump straight in. There's nothing I could do, unfortunately. So just after 12:30, price coming back in. See, but what can you do? Come on, back and give us something. Give us a higher low without, excuse me, without getting up too far. Fun enough, 2 legs there take us up to here, so I think there's a good chance we're going to get up here. I just hope to God we get a little bit of a pullback, at least something. It is hard when we're up here in the middle of nowhere, really. Christ, it just doesn't want to slow down, does it? It fits really nice in there. Trouble is, we're so close to these tops. In fact, I'll go as far as to say, I've just adjusted that. I'll go as far as to say we're actually on them. We've pushed up now. We've had a big bearish bar there, so I'd like to see some kind of correction there. I don't even really like that, in all honesty. kind of tea am I drinking today? Yorkshire tea. Yorkshire tea. I can hear my spoon. Yeah, I tend to leave the tea bag in. I like it strong, I do. Yeah, Yorkshire tea. I know a lot of you US guys struggle to say that, don't you? It's like Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire sauce, I think you guys call it. We just call it Worcester sauce. Worcestershire sauce is a correct name. Are we going to get a bit of a flush down exponential? What do you reckon? I don't think we have that in the States. Worcestershire. Well, I think the correct name is Worcestershire sauce, but we just call it Worcester sauce. It's like I don't even know what it is. It's fermented something. I don't know what it is. It's just like a dark brown runny liquid. It's just got like a kind of a spicy vinegary type of we should. You have that, yeah? I can't remember what it was fermented from. It's fermented from something, but I tend to just use it when we have like a shepherd's pie or something like that, just made with ground minced beef, and like a gravy, some onions, carrots, peas, and then some mashed potato on the top. Put it on Scotch eggs. Scotch eggs. It's called Worcestershire. Yeah, I know a lot of you US guys struggle to say it, don't you? Like Yorkshire, Worcestershire. Yeah, I just put in Yorkshire, cottage pie and shepherd's pie, that sort of thing. Yeah, some things. In fact, it's surprising how different a lot of you US guys are, really. What did I say? Something the other day I called something a crutch. It was like I insulted somebody. Issues to make burger sauce. Okay, burger sauce. Burger sauce. You mean like sort of, what is it? Sort of mayonnaise, tomato sauce, and a bit of Worcester, something like that. Is it? Burger. I do like burger sauce. I don't know what it is. We tend to. I mean, occasionally we do have goes in a good hamburger. We kind of like those spicy bean burgers at home here at the moment. And I do that. Just mix. You put it. Actually in the burger. Interesting. Yeah. The orange sauce. Yeah. It's like well, we call it sort of. Well, I think it's a French thing. Mary Rose sauce, isn't it? It's just like you have with a prawn cocktail. Tomato sauce and mayonnaise mix. But yeah, I think they put a splash of. Don't know you guys call. I like the stuff that. What's it do? Subway do. What's it called? Isn't it Chipotle sauce? Southwest, something like that. I love that stuff. And a few days ago I had a salad. Was it a chicken tikka salad? And I like that stuff smothered in that. I think the proper term is Chipotle sauce, isn't it? But I think Southwest they call it that. Stunning, that stuff. Usually called, but yeah, it is nice stuff, isn't it? So look at this. So possibly a second entry long here. We've had a leg down, a little break. Trouble is, you've got to be so careful because you never know when it's going to decide to stitch you up. Sometimes, because you're waiting for a setup, I used to have this habit of taking a poor quality setup and getting stung for it. Having the patience to sit here for 3 hours in the last 15 minutes, take a stupid trade. We say we came back there and then just pushed up again. So you would tend to think it was going to do the same thing, but the trouble is, look at it on the ES. You just don't know if you're going to get stitched. I would like to see that drop below and maybe sit on top of there slightly bullish. In which case, maybe there's a second entry long, but you just don't know, see, do you? it may pick a time to decide to have a leg and then come down here. So I'm going long here, but so a leg and a leg. Let's see what goes on here. So we got a leg down there, a little break and a new low. Second entry long with a good fail breakout. Yeah. I'd like to break down a little bit and then have something like can't see one now. Yeah, like a little bullish pin bar just sat right on top of that line close. So I was hoping with the next bar we may get one. So far that's a good sign, but I would like to have another bar just to come a bit lower. That's better. And then close bullish. We've got a little channel. Trouble is, we're below that EMA now. You don't know when it's going to come down a bit further. So let me just have a little zoom out. So we know we got this area. So we got a touch there, touch there. So we could get another touch. Yeah, the only slight issue I have is just, are we getting something like that? Like a spike and a channel? We could be, but that would be the area to take it. I don't know. Let me just put a bit of colour to that so you can see what I mean. Touch, spike, touch. I mean, it would bring it down to more or less the same area anyway, so I don't think it's a major issue. So we are on this area. So this market is so bullish, but it has slowed down a bit. So I'd need, ideally what I'd like is a leg, a break and a leg, and then a higher low indicating that we're going to continue on up. But we have got this vacant space here. So it could come down. NQ, light bears are stepping in. I mean, it's a strong day so far. Let me have a look. We got this push up. You don't know when we're due. Maybe we had a channel here, break new high, and now we're going to come back retest. It's just hard to say at the moment, isn't it? That fits visually quite nice. We're touching beautifully on the bottom and 3 times on the top, so I like that channel. So we got a leg, a break, and leg down. I mean, there is a possibility that could be all in one channel, but I don't think it is. Maybe it is. Okay, maybe it is. So I got 2 options. We could have a leg and a leg, but I never take this first one anyway. I always wait for the higher low, which is a better indicator we're going long. That is a good sign. Same again, never take that first entry long, just in case you're going to get triggered and it comes back down. I always give it a chance to trap me and then come back down. If it does decide to push up and give me a higher low, that for me is a better indication we're continuing on up. But it's another reason I like this. So let's just say that's the case for now. Little micro and a break. So if we can get a bullish bar and a higher low, there's no reason why it can't continue on up. My issue is we've been working above that in that top tier and sort of bouncing effectively off that midline. Now we're under the midline. Trend channel coming down. Yeah, little channel break. So I just want to give this chance to sort it out. Never take that first one. Granted, it's a second entry long. You could say it's a fell break out the range and you'd be right. Break out the top, break out the bottom. But at the moment, because we've got this empty space here, we could come down a little bit, in which case that will get stopped out, which is why I always wait for the higher low, because if it's going to come down, that's going to trigger and stop you out. If it's going to continue on up, usually then you'll get a higher low. There'll be some stops here, probably. People may be trying to pick tops. We shall see. I hate it when the market goes slow. See, is this going to be another option of sucking you in? I mean, granted, it is a fail breakout the range. Most breakouts fail. We are in the right direction. My issue I have that this is so far still under the EMA and it could come down a tad. In which case, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look to me like a bad position to take a trade. So if it comes down, you would think it would likely, if it's going to touch this, it would touch it higher than this. But I just don't trust things at the moment, because For me, and I've done this a couple of times, I don't know whether we are, because this seemed to be the top, whether we are slowly losing a little bit of momentum, and this may be where we're going to get a break. So that second entry long, it has closed above there, so it may hold, but I wouldn't take that trade for obvious reasons. Now let's see if it holds. There was a bar down here that held. It came down exactly the same place, and it didn't stop it out. That was it there. Came down exactly. Yeah, it's buggered, see. So I get you take that. It's one, it's a second entry long. Two, it's a fail break out the range. Three, it's a big strong day. But you never know when it's going to have a break, and that's my issue. This leg and a leg, and we're still nicely in that channel. But here, I noticed we do seem to be maybe making another channel, so maybe I'm not so sure. So I'm just going to consider this a break from the channel. We've got a nice leg and a leg, so if we can get a higher low here, it hasn't closed yet, so now it has. We just seem to be going in less of a steep angle. God, it's really hard lately. The last few days have just been crucifying. You have to sit and wait. What's Bitcoin doing? I'll trade a little bit later today. My wife and daughter are out at the moment. They're going out shopping, so Bitcoin is just under 67,000. So it's holding. We are getting a bit of a range on there, so hopefully if we can get a break out of that, we should get a bit higher. I want these altcoins to start moving. My H bar's up 3.5% today. That's good. Gala down a little bit. STC, not too bad. Shirio, this is some weird thing. I took another meme coin, Shirio Inu, and I absolutely lost it. Well, I didn't put a lot in it, but I lost about 95% of it. But it's not doing too bad at the moment. The last 30 days up 150%, so hopefully in about 6 months I may get somewhere towards break even. Yeah, there's someone's chart gone up on the Facebook group. Who is it? Akashdeep. He's got no trade for the day. It's definitely a funny old couple of days, isn't it? Okay. I'm just going to put that there, I think. Maybe a little break, but I don't think so. It fits in there relatively good. I mean, this still looks like there's maybe a couple of individual legs, but let's see if we hold. It's just so damn slow. I hate it when slow. I tried now and again trading pre-market. It's just, it's brutal. Yesterday was a nice day to trade. Well, when I look back, there was a couple of setups, wasn't there? Let me have a look. The one I took, I think, was a nice trade, and it worked beautifully. That lower high absolutely tanked. There was that one there, failed breakout. I did after that big leg down, 2 legs up. After the more I looked at that later, the more I think that was actually a nice trade. That one there. So we had this big channel down, one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go high, failure. I like the way it triggered that big bullish bar and then come down. You can always tell, I think, how good a trade is really, because if there's a lot of traders in there, let's just push that down. So that was a nice setup. So that was one nice setup. You may have took that. It was too far from the EMA for me personally, but then there was that lower high, wherever it was, that I took, that one there. I mean, that worked a treat. So, I mean, if you'd have managed to hold on there till the bottoms, you'd have done all right. So, yeah, it wasn't a terrible day. Day before was worse. Okay, so we've had this channel down and we've had an initial push up. So now there is always a possibility we get a break and a new low from this. So it was tough yesterday. There wasn't a lot. See, sometimes in real time it's hard when it's choppy, because when you're seeing chop all the time, it's very hard sometimes to see clearly. That trade I took I thought was a nice trade, but personally I didn't see anything else. That failed breakout, sometimes I think they can be a bit hit and miss, really. You took that lower high, yeah. I thought that lower high was a nice trade. But because it was so choppy, I got out for a 1.5 because I was looking on the NQ and we seemed to be hitting the midline and going a bit sideways. Maybe that was just, a part of the leg down. But that's another reason, that lower high, why I think learning to read some sort of footprint chart may give you the tools to think, I'm going to hold on here, because obviously there was some strong selling there. So, I don't know whether that type of information is available to look at and to have a better picture. We really can only see bar by bar, but, when that bar ends, this bar here, what happened? Triggered to turn straight up. Now, to me, if me and you look at that bar, we'll see, yeah, very bearish. But when it's getting towards the bottom, you don't know whether it's losing momentum. And the next bar, you don't know whether there's strong buying coming in. But if you see some strong or aggressive orders coming in to short, then that might be an option to hold on. And because when you get a big 10-point move like that relatively quickly, it's a shame really to only get 2 points. So if you had the tools that may give you the opportunity to double up on it, then you're getting 2 trades out of 1. Mac marks first entries, yeah. I think, didn't Mac only mark, was it? I think he marked a few more, but he only marked about 4 high probability trades. I wish he'd mark a bit less, actually, or I wish he'd say at the end of the day, I've marked all these, but these are the ones personally, that I would take. Especially for the newer guys. The newer guys are going to be looking at Mac's chart thinking, why can't I find 12 trades in a day? Okay, so that channel up there on the NQ, in my opinion, looks beautiful. It's touching 3 times perfectly on the top. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, and it's struggling there 7 times. So that looks like a beautiful channel. I like the fact that we're coming down and testing these highs as well. We've had a channel down there, a break. So hopefully we can retest this. I can adjust this channel ever so slightly. So, we could maybe tail down, test this top, and then start to work up again. So we've had the channel down there, we've had a break. If we can get a new low here, we have. And maybe hopefully work up, unless market's got other ideas. But I like the fact that we've now touched the top of that channel. So let's see what happens now. I'm hoping there may be some buy orders around here, but maybe not. I don't mind a channel, a bit of a correction, and then slowly work our way up again. Still got that possible measured leg there. I like the fact that we've closed above there, or on there, depending on how you got that channel drawn, that range drawn. But it needs to hold. So, leg break. And funnily enough, that measured leg is right at the overnight highs. So it would be nice to bounce off the overnight highs and to hold here. So we've had a leg break and a leg, so that's a good sign. We've held twice there, so if we can work up and get a higher low. So I'll get rid of that. We know where the measured leg is if it comes. Come on, NQ, push up. Come on, NQ, push up. Come on. See, there is a possibility I could. It still fits that. I could adjust that slightly. I don't think it's a major issue if I adjust it like that. Fits just as well. What's the top fit like? Nice. So if we can get a higher low here, my opinion is we're going up. So it looks okay to me. We've got a leg break and a new low and a bullish bar. It's held twice there. We've got a double bottom. I think that's encouraging, but my worries are it's trying now for the best part of nearly a minute trying to push up. Come on. Get up, you bastard. Yeah, sometimes it does this, sucks in longs and then wham. Hopefully we get a higher low here. Leg down. So it looks like a break out of this channel. Whether it is or not, I don't know. Whether this channel is slightly more at an angle, I don't know. But we want a higher low. It's just not filling me full of encouragement, this. It's struggling to get up. We've had one little go and finished neutral, and now we're having a second go, and this is struggling equally as much. volume is low as well, so... Touch, 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 touch. I wonder. I don't know if that's right. There may be a bit of an overshoot. It's hard to say. Oh, come on, get up there. Get up, get up, get up. It's really struggling to get up, isn't it? Excuse me. I don't like it when it's struggling to get up. It has a tendency of dropping like a stone. Are we finally moving now? Excuse me. I'd like to see a bearish bar here. Trigger. Maybe trap some shorts. To remove the hotkeys from the command. Upper right part. I'm not too sure if you're asking me. Because I accidentally open a position while moving from one monitor to the other. Command. I'm not sure, mate. I'm not sure. Anybody else know that? What you're about? Is there any way to get rid of these? Is that what you mean? These, Philip, up the top right here. Oh, you can't see them. You mean these? Those keys there? Is there any way to get rid of those at the top right? Is that what you mean? Big bearish bar there, big bearish bar there. Oh, no, you're on about hotkeys, aren't you, or something? No, sorry, I misread that. Okay, bearish bar there. Let's see if that pushes up and stops that out. I know it's struggling to get up personally. I don't know if I'd like to take a trade like that. It's just tough going, isn't it? So we've got a channel break, new low, push up, big bearish bar. It's triggered. It's just struggling to do anything at the moment. I wouldn't like to bet whether it was going to go up or down. I mean, it's holding, so that's one thing. But you'd think if there was enough strong buyers in there when we had that bearish bar, they'd push that up. It does seem to be almost going a little bit stagnant. Okay, so that's good that it's sitting on that line, so that's a positive. I still can't get it until it's above there and looking like it's moving up, and there's nothing here at the moment. I hate it when it goes slow, whether it's the time. It's only 1:10, isn't it? Decent time, which is the middle of the day. Very little volume. This looks to me like it's going to have a drop. Here it comes. It's just when it's struggling to get up, it just... Let's see if that holds. Looks like it's just going to tank, doesn't it? Okay, so we've had this channel, we made a break of it, we made one attempt to go lower, second attempt to go lower. If this holds above there, that's a good sign. I would then wait for a higher low or a failure, but I want it to finish relatively bullish. It does seem like we may be doing a bit of sideways stuff. Just wouldn't take a trade here, really, not right on the cusp there. Where's it going to go? I think it's quite likely just going a bit sideways in one. We've got to break new lows. There's one attempt, second attempt. Okay, that's encouraging. So I still wouldn't want to take that. just in case it comes down, breaks below, triggers that out, and then goes up. So one attempt to go lower, second attempt to go low. If we get above there, I'd wait for a higher low, and then we may get some continuation. But it's just struggling to get volume at the moment, enough to get it moving. Excuse me. It's been such a sort of a bullish afternoon, so I couldn't even consider going short there. Maybe a second entry short. That would be going against the grain. I mean, since what time's that? About 3 o'clock UK time. For the last 3 hours, it's been going up. We've broken clearly above this, and we've retested this. So you just can't go short here, really. I mean, we're still making higher lows. We're still respecting that bottom line. Whether it will continue to, I guess, is as good as mine. But until we see something different, I can't be thinking about anything else bar longs. But we need to get a higher low above this, really. Somebody's going to win, and I'm letting them battle amongst themselves. I just can't get in. That might work. I mean, everything says, you know, that's probably a good position. It's sitting nicely on there. My only slight issue is we're really struggling to get up. So if that comes down and breaks below there and there, well, I think we'll have a rush down. But you have to say that it is still sitting on that line. So maybe the bulls are still, you know, ahead by a nose. But it's really struggling. So I just can't get involved there, unfortunately, which is a shame. I just fear this might be another blank day. Well, it is what it is. There's nothing we can do about that. Can't spend 4 hours being patient and then take something stupid. I mean, it's got to jump out at me and wave its arms in my face before I get involved in a trade. For me, that's the key there. It's got to get above there. It's just struggling to get up for me. So that bar there looked like it was going, and then it finished neutral. So there's probably traders thinking, oh, I'm not sure. Do I want to miss out? Or are we going to rock it up? And they wait and wait and wait, and it doesn't come back. And then all of a sudden they jump in. We did it earlier and another time, and then all of a sudden down it comes. It almost gives you that little bit of time and that little bit of encouragement to go, see, we're not coming down. There is actually, call that ILO, call it a failure. So I'll keep waiting for the Fed beige book on the hour. I'm just a potato. So that for me is key. We need to get above there. Mind you, just because we got that doesn't mean it won't go above there and snap back. We may just be ranging. See, we've come down. We made one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher, third attempt to go higher. If we push up, maybe suck in some longs and then have something bearish and come down. I don't know whether we will or not, but Could be a triple test. Try go once, twice, 3 times. If that finishes bearish, who knows? Could be a triple test. Triple test, second entry short, 1 leg, 2 leg. I just can't get involved here. So we got on the ES, we got this channel, 1 attempt to go higher, 2nd attempt to go higher. You have to think if this finishes bearish, it's more favourable to come down a bit. And if it does, it'll be eating up stops there and down here. Whether that will happen is another thing, but when it struggles to get up, the slower it goes up, sometimes it comes down with some force. You know, we've had such a bullish day, and guaranteed there's going to be people looking to get long there. Certainly there, maybe there, possibly even there. There is a higher low there. We have broke below that bar, another solid looking bar to go long. We've broken above any possible stops there, maybe some there. But it's still struggling. We've got, you know, some strong bullish bars there, but it's still struggling to push up. And on the ES, we've got the leg, we've got the channel down, we've got 1 attempt to go higher, 2nd attempt to go. If we fail this time and close below the EMA, my thoughts are we're coming down a bit more. So look at that leg down. 1, 2. I just can't go short here, unfortunately, because it goes against the grain, but this is what I think is going to happen if it closes below that EMA. I mean, look at this now. If you're in that trade, you'd be looking to change your underwear. Whether that will hold or that, I don't know. And that does look like a triple test. We've pulled down. We've gone 1 attempt, 2 attempt, 3 attempt, bearish bar. I just don't like it at the moment because all day we've been really going up. Well, certainly since 3 o'clock UK time. So certainly for about 3¼ hours we've been going up. We've struggled, but we're still sitting on that line. So it's still holding. How long it'll hold for is another matter. But this looks very much like a penguin style trade. Try to go higher once, try to go twice or 3 times. And then down we come. That stop goes, that stop goes. Whether it will below the bottom, I don't know. Okay, there's a higher low here. God, that's tempting. God, that's so tempting. I don't think I can. We're struggling to go up. I mean, it's very tempting. How big's the bar?
Submitted.
Wow, it's big. It's big. It's big. I don't think I can. Not into this. Technically, yeah, it's a failed second entry. Maybe a high low if you take it from me. I just can't. We're struggling. It may go up, and it probably will. It's 11 ticks and it ain't closed yet, so tick above, tick below. It's over 3 points. That I just can't do that, I'm afraid.
Order cancelled.
Let's see what happens here. Maybe I can get in on the limit order, but at the moment, I don't like it. We got a leg down, 1 attempt, 2nd attempt. It's struggling on here. That doesn't fill me full of confidence. If it's really struggling to get up, it makes it way more dangerous to get in. Now, we've broken above there and it's not rocketing. Whether it will or not, God only knows, but I ain't getting involved. So, let me just looky. Now that could be fail break out of a range. Have we got a range? You ask yourself. Okay, we're above all this, but it's not pushing as strong as I wanted. I'm not a fan of that. It's the bar's too big for a start. I ain't coming this far in a day to make a stupid trade now. So let's say 3¼ point risk. Too much risk, that is. It's clearly choppy and sideways. This is clearly struggling to get up. It doesn't mean it can't rocket up, but you got a scalp. Yeah, I can't get in there. If we make a bearish bar, trigger it, bounce off here, then that may be a different story, but I just don't like this. I mean, if you take that up to there, there's support there. We made one attempt to go higher. You just don't know whether it's going to trigger you, come down there and stab you in the back. I've gone into long trades like this before, thinking, oh, there's an entry, and all of a sudden, wham, it comes down. So I've got no issues waiting. You got that, didn't you? Yeah, I just can't go long into that. Not with it struggling to get up. How far has it come up? So if you took it a tick above it, yeah, depending on where you took it, you maybe squeezed a 1.5 if you'd have got it on the nail. But I hate this. Chad, if that bear bar hadn't closed below the EMA, I would have had taken it. Yeah, it's just when it's struggling to get up. Sometimes it's really slow grinding off, and it'll just come down quick. And it's pushed up, but it's not filling me full of confidence. We might get a big sell-off at 38. Yeah, I mean, that's comfortably out the way, but look at this. I mean, it's breaking above it, but it's really struggling to go anywhere. Okay, it's not over yet. We may get another setup yet. Okay, so it worked for 2 points. So if you took that, balls of steel. Yeah, you'd have got 2 points out if you'd have took it a tick. I just can't do it based on what I'm seeing here. This so slow grind up. Now, I absolutely get it sometimes when it is slow, if there's enough strong positional bars and there's going to be enough traders in there, then in majority of cases, yeah, you would think they would win over and it would continue up. But I just don't work like that anymore. Until I see something solid, I just can't get in. And unfortunately, there is a higher low there, but we popped above this and then whipped back. And we just, there is a little bit of, could be a bit of sideways. It may trigger and come down. I just don't know. This seems to be following a slightly different path. Whether I've got it right, and I don't know. I think it's as good as I can get it, in all fairness. But I prefer to see a break, second entry long, and then up. But there's nothing worse at taking a trade and it just does nothing, sits there slowly. Sorry if you can hear the yelping downstairs. My dog's howling. There was good volume sitting there. Volume. Have I got volume profile on here? I don't think I have I? I don't think there is volume profile on here. Certainly not available with my without my license. Volume profile probably tell me that no. Please upgrade to the lifetime license. Why is it giving me it then? That's volume profile there, isn't it? So it's just told me I can't have it without the license, and it's just stuck it on there. I'm going to put my license in, I think, tomorrow. I'll put my own license in and I'll see what's available to me then. Look for order flow volume profile. I don't think it's available here, is it? Because I'm using Apex's license. What is order flow volume profile? Order flow volume profile. Please upgrade. Yeah, I haven't got it. I'll put my lifetime license in later. So we're still pushing up. There is a bearish bar there, so maybe we're retesting this. So if we can get 2 legs down, maybe a second entry long to go higher. Let's put that there. Come on, give us a setup. Yeah, I'll put my lifetime license in later. I'm assuming I put my lifetime license in and just sign into NinjaTrader and Rhythmic the same way. Then I'm pretty sure. Later, I'll give me some more options then. So if I have footprint or order flow, that would show me where volume's coming in, wouldn't it, or would it not? It will show order flow volume profile, not footprint. Okay, so they're obviously 2 different things. It's just because I tend to use price action. I don't tend to follow much in the way of what's it's not footprint. Okay. Order flow volume for footprint, you have to use other software. Yeah. So do you think I would benefit from footprint? Yes, trader, no. You think I'm good enough without it, do you? I tested both. Footprint can be a bit overwhelming, but very useful. Yeah. I think it's a personal thing. Try it and see. Yeah, I'm happy with volume profile only. Okay. I'll upgrade my license later. I'll put my license details in and drag it in tomorrow and see how we get on with it. I'm done for the day. See you all tomorrow. Yeah, take it easy. Take it easy, bud. We've got a little push up here. Maybe a second entry long. It is struggling to get up though. So whether this is just a lower high and a failed break out of this and we're coming down, I don't know. If we get a bullish bar and a higher low, maybe we'll get something on here. We'll see. Another 15 minutes, I'm done myself, I think. God, I hate it when it's slow. Volume's low. Volume is much stronger than P only, especially if you trade only with max strategy. Yeah, okay. So price action and volume profile. Okay. Take a photo of that. Okay, so we're still in this channel. We've had a push up, 2 legs down. It is struggling to get up, so whether we're having a fail break out of this and maybe we've got a leg down and another leg, maybe a correction here, it's hard to say. Let's see how it reacts to that line again. I have a feeling we need to correct a little bit here. Yeah, I mean the ES is dropping like a stone at the moment. So we've got a strong leg up here. This looks like we may get a couple of legs of correction before we push out. I've got footprint running and it's predicted that last swing up. Stall 51, which I did. Interesting. I mean, look at that now. It had to, didn't it? It was struggling. See what I mean about me going on about, you know, when it's struggling to go up, the slower it struggles to go up, the quicker it comes down. And look at that. That's a fair-sized dump, really, and it ain't over yet. Yeah, I mean, it's just dropped down 15 points in the space of 30 seconds, and it ain't over yet. Look at that, basically. It's down nearly 20, well, yeah, 20 points quickly. 51112, yeah, we're not far off there now. So that's what I was saying earlier. I've noticed it so many times when it's really struggling to go up. The slower it goes, you know, the slower it goes up, the quicker it comes down. And there we go, really. I mean, if you could predict that move, you'd do all right out, wouldn't you? Footprint running, and it predicted that last swing up should stall at 51.31. And yeah, you're right. And it did stall. And then it had a dump. I think it's a case of if I upgrade my license, I just want something because it's so slow. This max strategy at the moment is struggling to find trades where there are areas that I tend to stay out of. I mean, there was a higher low, then it did work, but hopefully it will just help me make better decisions. I mean, you know, I have a really good win rate, but the trouble is when we have days like this, we seem to get more and more days like this are choppy. It is hard to find good setups. And you know, not necessarily I want it to help me find good setups, but help me stay out of bad ones. It bounced perfectly. Yeah, it certainly did. So we down some more? I'd suggest we probably are, aren't we? So maybe this is just a correction and then we push up some more. God only knows. So we got a leg down and a break. But yeah, I had a sneaking suspicion we weren't going to continue up for much longer. The way that was just, I mean, we eventually got above that and we started to push him, but it still just didn't do it with any sense of urgency. So I think it was inevitable we'd come down at some point, and we did royally. Footprint's amazing, but it's complicated, yeah. I think it's just, it's just the life of a trader, isn't it? Picking up some new skills from time to time. I have got another trader buddy, Marlon, who uses it and has some success with it. But yeah, it's just, I mean, sometimes these different sort of indicators or different tools, some people find them invaluable, other people find it doesn't, I suppose it's more of an individual thing, isn't it? All too complicated, yeah. So, how far is this thing coming down? So we've had a couple of legs up anyway. We didn't quite hit the measured move, but we weren't a million miles away. So it ain't stopping, is it? So is this likely to continue down now in this? Quite possibly. See if we can get a couple of legs or a couple of attempts to go lower. Oh, Brooks Buck. I haven't even started, to be honest with you. It's under my bed, by the side of my bed. Trading, was it trading? Trading price action trend, trading trends, something like that, isn't it? I haven't even started, to be fair. I need to. I've had it about a month or so, month and a bit. So many things to do, see, isn't there, when you learn to trade? Okay, so we've had this channel down here, break new low, maybe a second leg up. Are we going to continue down? That is the magic question. Sorry about that. Move that out a bit. Okay. Possibly a second entry short. I'm unsure about this because that might be a channel breaking new low and we may continue on. I don't think we will, but I might look for a lower high. At least we're getting a little bit more volume. So, leg and a leg. Let's see. Okay, excuse me, just for a second. Wow, that didn't take long. Okay, is that just a bit of a correction? Are we pushing up? Oh, man, oh, man. Well. Let's have a look. What's going on here? It's quite a messy old day, isn't it, actually? Push back in, maybe it's just recovering some of this and working off the underside of that, and we come down a bit, is it? I don't know. I'm not sure even what direction to trade at the moment. Too shallow. God, this is a tough day, isn't it? Possibly a second entry long. Don't like this. It's congested. It's just not giving away nothing. And we've recovered a lot of this anyway. So what are we going to do? This is so messy. It's hard to read. So I'm thinking that's a channel. That looks okay. Fits quite nice. We've had a break. We've made an attempt to make a new high and had a big dump, break, new low. So now we're pushing up again. Are we going to have another attempt? Maybe we are. Maybe we just need a little bit more interest before we pushed up again. Maybe we're going to do something like this, possibly. And up we go again. It's just congested. I can't take anything there, unfortunately. But there we go. There is a lot of support along there. Just can't get involved there. We're right at these tops. Let's have a look. Clearly see it right along that middle there. Support and resistance right the way along. That for me would be a risky long to take. Whether it will work or not, I don't know. But I'm not getting involved. Ooh. Yeah, I wouldn't like to be in that long. It may hold, but it's so far from the EMA. It's just, yeah, there you go. So if you got them there, that's just stuff. So there's lots of traps today, but very little in the way of setups. So channel break, new high. Maybe we're going to come down again, see if we get a lower high. Maybe we are working down, something like that. That would make sense, I suppose. So channel break, new high. Let's have a look. Give us a lower high. Come on, you bugger. Look at that. Just drops. Doesn't give us a thing. Damn you, market. Damn you. Look at that. Oh, if we only had a lower high there. Flippy. So let's put that up there. So I'm guessing, let's call that the top of a range. Where could we come to? So let's put that there. So there's a possibility we could come down to their leg and a leg. It is frustrating when it just drops, doesn't give us a goddamn thing. Patience, my dear boy. Come on, patience. Let's have a couple of legs up. Come on. Let me have a look. Is there a possibility we could have the beginnings of a downtrend? Possible, but it's too big for me. So it does look like pretty much a range day. Can't take that, way too far for the EMA. There's just nothing. Pull a little bit of a pullback and then drop again. Bummer. Nearly 4.5 hours. This is the longest trading day I've had for a long time. What is the goal? What is the goal for the eval accounts? What is the goal? What? 51.5. Not sure what you mean there, bud. What is the goal for the... To make three... if it's a $50,000 account, $3,000 you got to get. 3 days. You've got to trade 3 days now. So if you trade 3 days and you're above... That's based on a $50,000 account. If you're above $3,000... that's 53. Yeah, you got it 53,000, but you get a little tiny bit over, because if you haven't hit the third day, what I tend to do is just trade a 1-tick micro. Yeah, you're right, anytime, mate. Just a 1-tick micro, and that will. Yeah, I forgot. It's odd. I don't know why they keep doing this 71%, because not many people use it. They wait for the 80s and 90s, but 3 days. Unusual. Volatility way up now. Something about to give you excuse me. Let's have a look. I put that like that, didn't I? So are we like that? Let's have a look. We may be. Maybe we get a second entry short. $35 reset is a much better deal. Yeah, it is, absolutely, yeah. Okay, first entry. Give us a lower high. Come on, push up a little bit. Yeah, resets absolutely $35. That's about 80% off, I think, isn't it? Let's have a look. Let's see what's getting here. Let's not let me patience get the better of me. So maybe a second entry short, we'll say. Fireworks if it drops below 51, you think so? Okay, so there's a second entry short there. I don't like them too far from the EMA. I'd like that to get a little bit higher. If it's the email, you gotta love auto spell, haven't you? If it's the email I'm in. You and me both, mate. You and me both. I actually prefer email than EMA, actually. No. Okay, so we got that. So we got a leg down, one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go. If this finishes nice and bearish. Okay, still don't quite like that one. It may see we've come down, we've gone up, we've come down, so we could just go up. See if we can get a lower high. So we've got a leg down, two attempts to go high. See if we can get a lower high here. I don't like the fact that that bar's triggered. Let's have a look. I'm shivering here. Cold. Give us a lower high. Come on. Okay. Doesn't want to play ball today, does it? One, two, three. Maybe a triple test. up to where the drop started. You reckon up here, you think? We've had a leg down, a break, and then a move up, a leg down, a break. Depending on how you deem that. Let's put that like that. It's probably like that. So leg down, break, new low, up. It's really messy this afternoon, isn't it? So I'm not exactly sure that channel is right. What I will do is just put that there, just out of curiosity. Leg down, 1, 2. Let's see if we get a lower high below the EMA. Came up about a point short of 2 legs. Yeah, I think I did. And about from here. And last night's highs there, in about a leg and a leg. Yeah, I think I had a couple of legs up here. So, I mean, it does look like it's slowly daisy chaining down, doesn't it? There is sort of a high low, but we are so, okay. Just at 54.5 on my account. Do I get to keep the extra 1.5? Absolutely. I actually suggested on the group yesterday that when we hit 50,000, 52,600, that we can draw the 50,000 out and leave the 2,600 in there. I don't think it went down very well. Okay. Fell breakout. Let me have a look. I like that for a
Order
short.
submitted.
It's a bloody big risk, I will say that. Massive risk. I like the way it's gone up and dropped. It is a big risk. That's a big risk. It looks like a failed breakout this range. We've come back in and ticked there, so geez, I hope I'm right here. Or I'm just going to get stung today. It's a big ass bearish bar. Come on, drop your bugger. That's a big deficit, that is, and that's on one account, that is. I like the way we're struggling to get above this on the underside. This is way more risk than I really want to take. No, I won't. I won't. It is a failed breakout this range, and it's dropped really strongly. Drop.
Order filled.
Thank God for that. Why have I still got... Oh, no. Okay. So, right, trades never shut down at the right time. Okay. Okay, we got a leg down. 1, 2, triple test. Failed break out of this big bearish bar. I wouldn't normally take a risk that big, but it looked that nice, and it did work. I mean, we're pushing up, we're coming down, we're pushing up, coming down. Once, twice, we got above this big bullish bar, went side, was triggered, and then dropped, which tells me there's lots of selling up there, so it eventually moved. May have a runner on your hands. Yeah, I mean, I'm out anyway, so that worked out nice. So, good one. Yeah, I mean, that's way more risk than I wanted to take. Christ, on a bike, that was way more risk. It sold off that quick. I mean, that was a 6-point risk. Wow. I mean, look, at the end of the day, sometimes when these markets are moving that fast, you don't have a lot of time to think. And sometimes we make, the wrong decisions. And see, what I will say is we've got this channel down. We've had a couple of attempts to go higher, and we've managed to break above this, and we had a little bit of sideways there, struggling to get up. We broke above it and sold off quick, which tells me there was sell orders there. And I jumped in. I didn't really have time to consider the bar. I just liked the trade that much, and it clearly worked. Let's have a look. How far did it go down? I mean, it went down for 5, well, let's say over 5 points anyway. So that was just a bit more riskier. I like the setup. But the bar, what I should have done, what the heck is going on? Why volume is so light? I mean, I like the setup. That's why I got in. Failed break out of a range. We got a leg down. 1, 2, 3 attempts to go higher. Failed, and it did what it was supposed to. but that scared the shit out of me a bit. But at the end of the day, you know, sometimes we get in and sometimes we make a possible second entry short there, but I think I've pushed my luck enough today. So let's put that there a little bit. So yeah, what I should have done in hindsight is it just sold off that quickly. That's all I jumped in. Luckily, it worked. Fell break out of a range. It didn't go down as low as I thought it was. I thought it would. Okay, and you got 300, did you? 300, good on you. I entered on the second elf. Oh, second elf. I was a bit lucky there. I don't know what anybody else thinks of that trade. What I will say, it was a fell break out of a range, and just how quick it. Part of the reason why I like getting into some of these trades, sometimes you'll see a lot of shorts coming in, and that dropped. So I would have said, it's a little bit sideways there. So let me think. Yeah, we got some touches there, maybe a little breakout there and a breakout there which came down, broke below there, but that was pushing my luck a little bit further than I'd like. He took the failed second entry long, that one there, yeah. Okay, so I was thinking in the right way anyway. It was a failed breakout and it was a nice looking bearish bar, so then you'd think it would go. Be interesting to see if Matt marks that. I'm guessing he probably won't, but because it is such a big bar. I mean, that's 6 points. Second entry long failure, yeah. But that was a bit scary, I got to say. Bar was way bigger than I thought. Mind you, the ATR has crept up. It's just under 3, which is unusually high at the moment. But after this slow grind up, there does seem to be a lot of volume. There's a lower high there on here. Maybe that's not a bad leg up, but I think I've pushed my luck enough today. I don't really want to push it anymore. Although we do such respect in that. But it's been a long day. I've been going now for a long time. Let's have a look. Timer. 4 hours and 45 minutes. That's a long day. Yeah. Nice lower high there. I'll tell you what I will do. No, I won't. So I was going to say I'll shut down my Replicanto and just trade that on one contract. I mean, it's fitting nice there, isn't it? But I don't like that. Let me have a look. 1, 2. No, I've pushed my luck enough today. So what did I get out of that? 7, 8, 9, 10, 3 points. Okay. Put me in that bunch. Is that going to work? Yeah, it is, I think. Plus. Okay. I actually don't mind that one. I think it's okay. I mean, we're clearly holding along that line. You can clearly see that. And it is a lower high. So I'd expect that to work for 2 points, which is, well, about there. In fact, it's nearly done it, I think, isn't it? So if you get in there, there's 2 points. I expect that to push down. It's a nice bearish bar. Maybe we get a lower high. But no, I just consider getting that for one contract. But it's a big bar again. But I would expect that to work. Sure, it's going to work. Yeah, okay, so that would have worked. I was tempted to get in for a just trade one contract on one of the accounts. But But I think I pushed my luck with that bar risk there. But yeah, anyway, so long day today. Two clear legs up, bearish bar, clearly worked down to these lows, so that's continuing on down, I think. So we got a leg down, one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher, lower high. That wasn't a bad trade, actually, in hindsight, but I think I know a lot of our traders will probably be done by now, getting close to payout, so yeah, not a million miles away. Where am I? Let me have a look. That's working nice, that. Yeah, here's my 5 accounts at the moment. So I've got 2 over $1,700. I trade those 2 on 2 contracts and the remaining 3 on 1. So I've got 2 on $1,700, 188, 17, and 116. 1100. So yeah, slowly grinding up. That's the key, just slow and steady. But in all fairness, that was a mistake on my behalf. I think the trade was okay, and sometimes if the trade's okay at work, and here's a fail breakout, but it's a massive bar. So a tick above it and a tick below it. So let's say there, tick above it, tick below it. It's definitely a 6-point risk. That's normally a big no-no. 6 and a quarter. I'd never normally trade that. It just didn't look like that big. It didn't look any bigger than that or those. But the ATR's up. But I mean, look, it doesn't look that big, does it, compared to the rest? But 6 points is bloody huge. So not a bad day. So what's the scores on the door? So 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Over $1,000, I think, today. There we go. Yeah, it is holding here, isn't it? You can clearly see it. So that second, that lower high there, I think was a nice trade, actually. There was a second entry short there, followed by lower highs, clearly working on here now, so it would have been worth taking that. To be fair, I was still in shock after that, realising that bar was 6 points, so I was quite happily stay at that. I did consider taking a low risk, and in all fairness, if I hadn't seen that, after seeing this, I would have taken that lower high anyway, so you took the fairly, did you? Oh, good on you. So no time to even enter. At least there's a few trades coming in that last sort of 10 or 15 minutes. That one was a little bit of a heart stopper. 6 points. That would have lost me $650 in those 2 accounts, so that's a little bit more. Normally, I kind of draw the line at around 3.5 points. I can't even get in. Yeah, it's dropping now, but we've had that initial push up and we struggled, and then we had that dump. And it is working down. So fell break out of a range. That worked. It came to the bottom of the range. Happy days. So lower high. It's not often we get setups and all of a sudden we get one, another one, and a failure all in one go. And then look, just straight on down. Looking on the NQ. Leg down. 1, 2, 3 attempts to go higher, and then we had a big bearish bar and a drop. So clearly 3 attempts to go higher and followed by, so we got a leg, 1, 2, 3, and then another leg. So anyway, just on my Lynch Trader. Anyone? Or just on my Ninja. You see that bar print? And that one that I didn't know. I was blinded by the shock of realising I was in for a 6-point risk. But I put that line down here because we seem to have a little bit. In fact, let's put it there, touching there, so it's bounced off there. So I would suggest that maybe we have got it. It did look a little big initially. I did have it initially, but it looked just a little bit oversized. But maybe it is. So that lower high worked nice, and then the failure. Down it came. But yeah, the trouble is it crossed over and then just dropped. So that's the... a lot of the times, like I did there, I just jump in with a buy. If I think the setup's that good and it's going to move, good setups will move, and that did. But when I jumped in for a buy there, yeah, I was an extra couple of ticks lower than I should have been. Wow, yeah. That was the issue. So I got in there as opposed to there. So I was about 3 ticks lower than I should be. So that was a 6 points. Yeah, that sounded about right. 6.75. So that was just too big. $675 risk on 2 of those accounts. that would have equated to nearly a $2,000 loss over all my PAs. Flipping hell, I'm so glad that worked. And I got out enough. I think that was about a point before the low, wasn't it? Something like that. 1.5 before the low. So I got out in enough time. Yeah, it just ticked below here. So we got a touch, and a touch. And obviously a touch there. So, you know, it was fast. Great trap. Yeah. When it broke above here, it turned down so quick, which tells me there's trapping some longs, and then it just because it went sideways, then it's like, what do you do? But I liked the bar, so I thought eventually it would. Well, I was sort of praying. It backed up. Would have taken you out by 1 tick. Yeah, do you know what? What you'll find is a lot of the time I add an extra tick. On trending days, so my stop would have been there. No, it's still okay. So my stop would have been there, even if I'd have put it there. Yeah, it would have taken me out. It's weird, isn't it? It's got to push through your profit, but if it touches your stop, you're out. Somebody's making some money somewhere, so I'll put that down to. I mean, it did what it was supposed to. It eventually came down to the bottom. It was a fell breakout there. I liked it because it was so bearish, but. I didn't realise how big it was, so I'll consider that down to a little bit of naivety, followed by a little bit of luck. But I think the fact that the trade was relatively okay, although large, that it works. So there you go. So that's me done for the day. Quite a stressful day in the end, but I managed to hold myself together. Just I mean, okay, so the issues I've had would be accepting losses. So the simple answer is if I end up taking loss like that, I come back tomorrow and I continue on trade and I continue to build the account as opposed to going on tilt. Trouble is, if you go on tilt, there's only ever going to be one winner. It ain't going to be you. You may get away with it once or twice. Sometimes I've gone on tilt and ended up making a stack of money. But that might happen 1.5, 2 times in 10. And ultimately, if you do it once, you're doomed. You're going to do it again. And so many times I've gone, now I've done it once, I won't do it again. And I'm thinking, I'm kidding me. Is it the 6th today? Yeah. I'm thinking I'm kidding myself. So far, so good. So that is it for today. I'm going to go and have myself a nice large glass of Lecheg and count my lucky stars. But there you go. Funny old day today. We definitely had some movement. This was a little bit choppy, unclear, but at first glance, it doesn't look like a terrible chart, but there just wasn't a great deal of setups. But this is working down anyway, so you would think that would work. We got a sort of a leg up, and then a big bearish bar. So it did what it was supposed to. It'd be interesting to see what Max says about that. Because it's unusual, really, to get a big 6-point bar in the middle of the day. I mean, let's put it to one of those. ATR's just under 3, so it's double the ATR. So there and there. So that's 4 points. I mean, but it's the stem, isn't it? And a few extra ticks. So maybe 6 points for some. But it'd be interesting to see if Mac takes that. But there we go. So I appreciate all your comments. It's been a long day today. Longest day I've done for, well, 6 months, I would have suggested, but my family are out at the moment, so I thought I might as well just sit here. Sometimes if you don't find a setup, you just got to sit here a bit longer. But that's it. Thursday tomorrow, so I'm up 4.25 points for the week. I like to try and get to 5 points, so we got 2 days left, so not too bad anyway. So it's okay. I was just looking at my chart here. Something just seems a bit off. There we go. Okay, so that's it for today. So no, thank you, Chris. So I hope you got some trades in. I think some of you got in that lower high. I mean, it was a big bar, but I think the trade was okay. But in all fairness, what I should have done was said the bar's too big and stayed out, but it moved down that quick. But the lower high, I think, was the better option. Followed by the failure. We went up, crossed over, ticked up with, sort of had a double top and a strong drop. So that was the better trade. That was okay. I think that was good. But then the failure worked. So if you didn't get in there, hopefully you got in there. But the trouble is when it does sell off, it does come down that quick. And that's why sometimes I will click that buy button, because if it's that good, I don't want to miss it. But there you go. So I hope you've had some green today. Back here, same time tomorrow. So have a great evening. Stay safe. And we'll do it all again tomorrow. So bye for now.